I put on Christmas outfit. Say hi, Vash. Oh.
Hi.
Hi, Vash.
Hi, Vash.
Hello. Hello, hi, Bami. Mwah. Welcome. Hi, Dadas. Hi, Wong. Hello, Fisher. Hello, Violence. Thank you so much for the 3 sub. Why are you subbing at tier 3? I don't even have anything. What? There's no need. Thank you. I have echo on? I do? Oh my god. What? How? Is it on my roadcaster? Am I echoing?
Most likely. Yeah, you're not echoing for me, so it's probably OBS.
Yeah, but I checked OBS and I'm not echoing. I don't have echo on. Are you sure I'm echoing? I don't have it on though.
Let me check.
Yeah, can you check? It looks so good, thank you. I don't hear any echo. Oh, okay. Does Violet have me open twice? Hello. Hello, testing.
No, you're good.
Oh, okay. What did you do? It's okay. One moment. Hello everybody. Hello Barnard. Hello. Hi Tristan. Hello Nimby. Hello Helen. Hello Violet. Hello. Scam cafe. 140 polls. No cafe. I did like 60 something polls, and there wasn't a cafe. Yeah. You don't hear echo? Oh, thank you. Elias, thank you. Thank you, guys. Yep, today we're just gonna be chilling and doing some doodling. I'm gonna be drawing Violet and Marple. I'm not sure how to pronounce Marple's name properly. Like, there's 2 dots above the A. So it's like Marple, not Marple. I do not play Fortnite. Fork knife. Play Overwatch though. Hi! Hi Connor! Welcome. Hi Kevilish, welcome. Soon. In a bit. Marple. Oh! I told you Vash, it was Marple.
Hi Connor. How you doing?
Violet says hi Vash, lovers.
Hi Violet. Lovers.
Tata says, oh Vash, I finished Ace Combat 7 on hard mode. Time to finish it on Ace. Ooh, congrats.
Wait, I thought you finished it on the hard mode ages ago, Tyler. I was looking through my Steam achievements.
Where am I from? I'm from New York City. Hello Laura, welcome. Where is mouse? The mouse, I am using my mouse. I'm confused. Where are all these people on YouTube coming from? Why are they asking me like unga bunga questions?
Unga
like
bunga
what
questions.
is happening? Yeah, they're asking me unga bunga questions. Hello. Are these real people? I don't understand. I'm confused. Are they real? I don't want to be mean and be like they're not real. But they don't sound real.
They don't sound real.
What? I am the Unga Bunga. Heard that moving and Hello Offline planning stuff. Can't wait to chat more about it. Yeah! Vash told me some things about that. I'm excited for it. Lumpy Hill, thank you so much for the follow on Twitch. Thank you. Can you make a Fortnite account? I have a Fortnite account. I just haven't played it, like, since the first year the game came out. I think I played it year 1. And that's it. What do you mean I'm not real? I don't know. There's a lot of new chatters on YouTube, but I wasn't sure if they were real. Welcome, Lumpy. I'm sorry. I thought you weren't real. Are you guys real? Are you all real? What am I drawing now? I'm gonna open Clip Studio. I'm gonna draw either Violets or Marple first, and then I think QB wanted a QB, but with like something. I wrote down the instructions. So I've got like 3 people to draw. But Dark Mario, I also need to draw them. But I don't remember if they gave me a reference. So if you're here, if I have forgotten, please remind me. Am I real? Are you real? Welcome. Okay. I wanted to watch like random YouTube videos while I draw. Cause I found this video. It's titled, I spent 50 hours learning Mercy to prove she's the worst healer. So I wanted to watch it. Yeah, I already drew Tada's. Yeah. Okay. I have Clip Studio open. Okay, 1 second. I was thinking maybe I could just... Maybe... I'll just... do it like this? I'm trying to find and see if I have a... Excuse me. Okay. Oh my god, 3 stream streak? Bash, thank you.
3.
3. Okay. And then let me also I spent 50 hours learning there we go. This is like one of those Subway Surfer videos. You know? Oh. Bubbles is rubbing her face against my hand. My cat, she's very cute. She's the nice one. Macaroni's the evil one. Evil Roni. Bubbles. Evil Roni. Alright. Let's watch this video. Your stream is at 6-7? Oh, that number has been following me around everywhere. Oh, and also 8-9. Can we see your cat? I don't have a cat cam, but maybe I don't know. Oh goodness. She's just sitting here, but I know she's gonna leave in a bit. She's rubbing her snotty nose on my fingers. Hi Darkbro, you're here! I wanted to ask. I don't remember if I asked you for a reference for what you want me to draw for you. Do you have one? I forgot if you told me. Forgot. Welcome. I don't know where my webcam is. I need to organize my... Oh, there it is. Oh. I don't think it's showing up right now. Webcam doesn't want to work at the moment, sorry guys. Yeah, sure, I can do that. Just send it to me on Discord then. Thank you! I wonder if I'm missing anyone else. I got Viola's, Dark Mario, QB, I drew Tada's already. I think there might be one more. I don't remember. I will look after. Okay, let's watch this video. Turn off the background music. Oh, you guys can't hear this? That's so weird. I think it's on the wrong one. Dash, which one is my browser audio? Main stereo? Desktop? Secondary?
Secondary.
Oh.
That are bad and
you're
heroes that are hard. Overwatch has heroes that are easy, heroes that are bad, and heroes that are hard. But there's one that is all three. In today's video, I'm going to explain why after 50 hours of playing the hero, I think it's Mercy. I'd imagine 90% of you guys watching don't need to be convinced that she's the easiest, but I'll just say this. Most of what would look like perfect Mercy gameplay doesn't require her to engage in the FPS aspect of the game. It's healing, damage boosting, resurrecting allies, flying away, and sometimes using pistol. She's really the closest thing to a spectator hero that we have, but that's a good thing. It speaks to Mercy's simplicity that people with no shooter background can pick up Overwatch and not feel like the worst player in every lobby. Now let me explain why I also think she's the hardest hero.
Yeah,
to
we're
carry
watching
as.
Overwatch.
So a little
Video.
backstory. Prior to this 50-hour challenge, the last time I played Mercy, it was in the first few seasons of Overwatch 1.
Discord
Back then,
kitten
I was a
here.
foot player, and she was pretty high in demand. Eventually, I started gravitating towards tank, and for the most part, I never played her again.
I'm gonna pull
That
up
is
my
until
references.
now. Having recently gained a new perspective for Doomfist players after playing Doomfist for more than a month, I thought maybe Mercy players deserve a chance. My thoughts on Mercy at this point were she's no skill, no brain, just play enough, and anyone can climb with her. Spoilers, I was wrong. Let's start from the beginning. The account name.
Because I was thinking of just naming the account like Carl or something, but I'm like, you know what? I feel like Heel Muffin's a good name because then they don't know what I am, and it'll give me a more authentic experience.
Heel Muffin?
Next, the skin. For the true Mercy main experience, I had to buy the newest skin in the shop.
Oh god.
We got the drip. You know, we're probably adding to like an Overwatch like Mercy stat. Research shows that first time players will buy Mercy skins before even playing the game.
What? That's fake, right?
Taught me.
With the new drip acquired, I queued for quick play because your boy needs 20 wins to unlock comp. The first game was versus AI, so that was about as exciting as you'd expect.
What is this cluster of players? They're just all stacking on each other. And there we have it, fellas. Proof that Mercy can carry.
With the next game, I got some real players. I could tell by the way they were flirting in the prep phase.
Every kill you get, I'll give you an ooh.
A little self-imposed rule for this challenge was that I wouldn't
That's
pistol
the kind of
unless it
e-couples
was
I get in my
self-defense,
game.
or until I got hard stuck. So you might notice some moments and wonder, why is this dent head not shooting?
Wait,
Well,
Lash, are you
that's
watching?
why. Battle Mercy and unranked GMs have been overdone.
Lash. Wait, are you working?
Yes, I'm watching.
Oh, okay.
What I wanted to do was a pacifist
I
one,
just hear you
or better
twice.
said, what
So-
I
Do you want me
imagined
to
most
stream it to
Mercy
you?
players would play like.
I'm gonna go stand next to this light fever.
I could just
you
stream it
can.
on Discord.
If you want.
Yeah, so you don't have to. Definitely. There you go.
This resulted in some pretty interesting moments.
So
Holy
being
shit.
paused,
It's paused?
Well, all good
apparently.
things
The
have to
stream
come
is
to
Oh,
an
paused.
wait.
end.
Top of this.
Unless,
Discord?
Nope.
wait,
I don't see it.
wait,
You don't see it?
Nope.
wait.
That's what I see.
Why? I'm literally like clicked on the right thing too. Oh! Oops!
Yeah, good job.
How about this? No?
With 20 quick play wins out of the way,
Yeah,
I was
sure.
finally able to play
Does it
ranked, and in the typical
Nope.
50-hour fashion,
Whatever. Oh, I almost.
It's okay, I'm just gonna deafen. Because I can probably do some mixing in a second. Like after
Oh,
the
yeah.
video.
Okay. Welcome back!
Mm-hmm.
Welcome
Mercy was banned
back.
immediately.
Wait, they banned Mercy.
Like a true Mercy
They
main,
banned
I locked the
Mercy.
nails. So yeah, Moira might just be the freest hero of all time, but that's a topic for another video.
Oh, I'm dead. Unless.
How are they not
Moira
killing
moment,
this
Moira
one
moment.
Moira?
Wait. Moira moment, chat.
What is happening?
My predicted rank after an easy first game was Gold 1, which, hey, fair enough. I'd have a hard time telling the difference between a Gold and GM Mercy 2. Just kidding, you could tell by their duo. Okay, Mercy jokes aside, the placement games where I had to play Mercy were not the easiest. I mean, how could they be when I have players like this Sigma on my team?
Sigma, I think we gotta go back to the point now, bro. Oh my god. Why did I follow this idiot? He has 18 deaths for a reason.
It didn't take long for me to start to
18
think to myself that this hero kind of feels like released Lifeweaver. If you weren't there for that, the gist of it is, a hero so bad that no matter how much you heal or use your abilities perfectly, it just doesn't matter. The hero is still losing the stat battle. Given this was still very early in the challenge and I'm still not using pistol, so to say I was playing anywhere near perfect would be delusional. But considering that I pretty much played every hero and Mercy's the first one to give me that feeling of do everything and get nothing, this seems like a bad sign of what's to come.
I can't, man, I can't!
Placements came to a close and I ended up getting Plat 2, which was nice, but that record was a little sad looking. Even sadder when you realize 3 of those wins were Moira games. Regardless of that outcome, I knew that as flawed as my Mercy gameplay was, Platinum would not be my final resting place. It was around this time that I started to do something that I feel improved my gameplay more than anything else, and that is Mercy Parkour. With nothing better to do during these support queues, I ended up joining a lot of these custom games. And I gotta say, my ability to finesse with GA and Res had to have doubled. I was bumping into walls less, clearing heights I couldn't before, and pulling off some pretty tricky reses. So if you put any amount of time into this hero, I highly recommend sinking an hour or so into these. It's like learning how to primal on Winston. You can learn the hard way by playing hundreds or thousands of games, or just hop into a custom game for an hour and come out with better juggles than 90% of Winston players. I think even without Mercy Parkour, I would have gone to Diamond, but it definitely sped up the process.
I don't even know how much it's discharging me.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I just do not look. I do not perceive.
For the people watching this video that never plan to play Mercy, but are curious as to
But
how
to
I
me,
stay
YouTube
awake for
Premium
50
is
hours,
worth it because I'm
I'll tell you the
always
secret.
watching YouTube.
Every morning I wake up at 6 a.m., run 2 miles, follow it up with an ice bath
You
plunge,
good?
and down a 5-hour energy drink right before pressing start stream. And that'll usually get me through the first 15 minutes. Okay, but actually, Mercy's more fun than she looks.
We don't have a blue
Healing,
Rio one.
damage
I drew
boost,
the red
that's the
Rio
boring
one
part, but it makes
myself.
for a very
I'm gonna
chill,
be drawing
low-effort Overwatch experience.
Merple
What I'm saying is,
as
if you just got off your 9-to-5 construction job, you can lock in
now.
Ramatra, play the game like your family's lives depend on it, or pick Mercy, light up some
I
candles,
guess I
maybe
could
get a
draw
bubble bath
myself.
going,
I'm
and
just
just
really
laugh as your
lazy.
teammates run around like headless chickens. But it all depends on how you look at it, because if you wanted to try hard and win games, this is easily the worst hero possible for that, and you might find yourself getting frustrated from lack of impact. However, it is possible to have some impact, and that's going to be through baiting with movement and risky reses. To me, this is the part of Mercy that makes her fun and not a complete brain-off hero. It's the only moments her kit has a real risk and reward component, and the best way to describe how it feels is like banging on someone's hotel door at 1 o'clock in the morning and then just running around the corner before they catch you. It's that feeling of I have the power to mildly inconvenience somebody. Sometimes that somebody is the teammate I res into a 1v5, but all the better, I say. So anyways, at this point, if you've been paying attention to the background footage, you may have noticed I spent a lot of time in Diamond. I'm just gonna cut to the chase and say what happens. I spend several days stuck in Diamond Purgatory, and at about the 20-hour marker is when I decide I'm hard stuck Diamond 2, so I need to start pistoling. This didn't make as big of a difference as I thought it would, but at about hour 26, I finally get Masters 5. I then lose it after a few games, and then proceed to spend about 20 hours or so in Diamond again, until eventually getting Masters 5 again.
Hi,
and then losing
Squeezy,
it
so
again.
welcome.
By the 50th hour, I ended this challenge in Diamond 1.
They
What
are
the
based on the
hell
Down Bad
happened?
Wolf.
I've done this
in
one trick to high
If
rank
No
type
Chat
content
Mascot
for about
was
half the
determined?
heroes in Overwatch, and this is the worst results I've had yet, which is mind-boggling because
I see.
this
Oh
hero
my
is
gosh,
supposed to
it's
be
so
the easiest.
cute.
Like, if you
I'll
ask
draw
anyone
something
which
like
of these
that. Do
supports
you want
are
it
harder than
Christmassy
Mercy,
or no
they'll say all of them,
Christmassy?
or if they're feeling real generous, they might name a few. The problem is I've gotten GM, Champion, Top 20 with several of these supports. That counts the harder ones and the
I'm just
easier
using that
ones.
as a
Yet
reference.
Diamond has me in a chokehold for nearly 50 hours. Did
okay.
something just not click? I didn't just bash my head into the wall for 50 hours and hope for the best. I tried a lot of different things. At first, I just did what seemed intuitive, which was a bit of everything. Heal, damage boost at key moments, follow DPS on high value flanks or angles,
oops.
pull out the pistol when the opportunity presents
This
itself.
is,
This didn't work, so I
on
tried
the
to
wrong
focus on more
layer.
specific things, like
Oh,
just
God.
pocket the carry, maybe become the carry and battle Mercy more. Always keep moving. Perhaps my damage boosting to heal ratio needs more attention, or maybe going for reses only if they're free, or what if I just stopped resing bad players altogether? I even tried buying the Mercy Mythic.
Make that shit bounce.
Through this whole process, I kept what worked, chucked what didn't, and by the end, I felt like I was a way better Mercy player than when I had first hit Masters. But the final results seemed to disagree. And so all out of ideas, I scratched my head, and the first thing I thought was, how have my fellow top 500 content creators managed with Mercy? Without naming any names, some of them straight up did not get GM. They just outright quit. Most of the ones that did get GM did so in the early seasons of Overwatch 2, which in today's ranked economy is equivalent to Masters. And even for some of the Mercy specialists, it took more than 50 hours. In today's version of the game, Mercy has 25 less HP than most heroes, all projectiles in the game are bigger, making her easier to hit, and a DPS passive exists, which reduces 30 healing on squishies and 15% on tanks. The only real buff she's gotten is 5 more healing per second and perks, which every hero in the game also got that. So I think objectively, she's in one of the worst states that she's ever been in. However, there has been a recent success story from a content creator who I will name drop, Mwah. He spent an entire year playing Mercy before getting GM. So the $1 million
Holy.
question is not, is Mercy bad? It's how do we make her not bad? In just a bit, I'll give my final ratings for Mercy, but for now, here's how I'd fix her. For starters, res. Is that a healthy ability for the game? Sure, why not? As most heroes, you could guard res by shooting her, booping her, stunning her, whatever it be, just stand near the res target. It just takes a conscious effort to stop, which most good plays do. I mean, if you're playing Reinhardt, and you know they have a Rein, you're supposed to track shatter so that you can block it. That's just how the game works. I feel like res only becomes a problem when you can't do anything about it. And a lot of that is when she uses it around the wall. So it's more of a problem of how it works rather than the concept of bringing someone back. There's a lot they could do to alleviate that, like if she had to maintain line of sight, or if the res target came back at half health, or if she got a new ability and res were only in her ult. There's no one right answer, but a lot of balance is give and take, so if res is worse, something else needs to be better, especially when we're talking about the worst hero in the game. Personally, I think the bigger fish to fry in her kit is going to be damage boost. Damage boosting the flyer or hit scan duo is the most effective strategy, and the only reason to ever pick her over other supports besides just easy reses. Look, all I'm saying is, if they gave damage boost an actual cooldown, but they made it stronger and easier to track, maybe like a mini nano boost, it would make the game better for everyone involved. The Mercy would be encouraged to not babysit one player. The player getting the damage boost would have a small moment to shine, but it would be a bigger one, and the people playing against it would have a clear window of time to see the cooldown and avoid it or engage it. But hey, maybe I'm making too much sense. Let's just buff her healing more and maybe increase the pistol projectile size. The last suggestion I have for Mercy is to buff her movement. Hear me out. It's the most fun part of her kit, but like the rest of her kit, it relies way too much on allies. I can't tell you how many times I've died because someone just barely breaks line of sight when I need it. So here's the change. The cooldown still works as is. She sees allies and flies the way she does, but she can use it when allies aren't near. The catch is, it goes half as far. Now let that sink in. From the enemy perspective, she's not going any further than she would if she had a flight target, so it wouldn't feel much worse to play against, besides more mix-ups and what's usually the freest 1v1 in the game.
How can I
For
reach
the
out all the
Mercy,
time while I'm
it just
trying to
opens
draw?
up a lot of
I have to look at,
flexibility in how
I
you
have to
can
look at my
position,
canvas.
as well as makes you less of a sitting duck when the team is nowhere to be seen. Those are my proposed Mercy
Gotta look at my
changes as a
canvas.
former Mercy hater and now Mercy sympathizer. And without further ado, here's my final ratings for her.
We ended Diamond 1. We've hit Masters twice. and fell out immediately. 50 hours of Mercy complete. Give my quick review. Mercy's a terrible hero.
Yeah.
Strength scale on a scale 1 through 10.
Like
Strength
Cook
wise,
Studio
release
Paint.
life Weaver
Just
being a
good.
1. She's a 2. She's terrible. Maybe a 3. If I'm being generous. This hero sucks. How difficult is Mercy? That one's actually a little bit hard to say. How difficult is Mercy? Because if we're talking about like how easy is it to play her from a beginner perspective, she's really easy. But like she's got depth. But the depth doesn't matter that much. I give Mercy like I think she's like a 3 or a 4 out of 10. You know what? I'll give it 4 out of 10. 4 out of 10.
Wait.
I give her a 4 out of 10 on difficulty. And lastly, fun scale. She actually wasn't that bad. I think she's a 5 out of 10. Yeah, she's a 5 out of 10 on the fun scale. Very chill, but incredibly low impact. So it's like it's Snoresville because of that.
After all this, if I had to summarize my thoughts on Mercy, it would be that playing Mercy is easy, but mastering
Snoresville.
her is not. But in my opinion, it's also not worth it, but to each their own. I respect the quick play Mercies. They're just trying to have fun, and that's what the game is for. If you Q ranked Mercy with
No,
a
it's
duo,
not. The game is for
absolutely no
winning
respect, you
and
are
being
carried.
good.
If you Q ranked Mercy solo, big respect because that's not easy.
Fuck
But
your
also,
fun.
I hope you find the
I'm
help
here
and
to
therapy you
win.
need. That's about it for this video. Be sure to like and subscribe if this video was funny.
I mean, I guess it
cool, or
wouldn't be
thought-provoking,
that bad
and let me
if
know
the
in
quick play
comments what you guys
Mercies were
think of the state
actually
of Mercy. Oh, and if you want to watch me
nice
suffer
people,
or need
but
something to fall asleep to, be sure to click on screen to watch some of the highlight games from the Mercy 50 hours. As always, thank you for watching, and good luck on the grind.
they're mean to you though.
That's Blossom B.
Like everyone's been so mean. Mercy players are so mean. Okay. Not all Mercy players. Like I've come across
Hello,
people
it's
who are nice.
Loxton. Over the
Oh,
last
Loxton! Oh, the Loxton video. 10 years ago.
Overwatch has heroes that are
What other video should we watch?
Should I play with Yeedle?
Oh, isn't this the ball player? Undertale. Yeah, I was playing Undertale music. Hello, Nico. Welcome. Oh, Mercy players are terrorists. Quick question. What is it? Oh, Oh, that is true, Elias. That is true. That's like text to speech. Yeah. But I'm worried if somebody's gonna say something bad in chat and it's gonna read it out loud, and I can't like mod it. Like, what if it says a bad word? It's not my real voice. My real voice is.
This is actually my real voice. Yeah. Sorry, I've been lying to you guys this whole time.
Yep. This is with the voice disguise on. This is my fake voice now. Alright, what else should we watch? I don't know. What's on my YouTube? Chihuahua. Cat! So cute. I got Uma Musume horse videos. Cat videos. Pig video. Cat videos. Vocaloid. Oh yeah, this person is so good at making V-Roid models. It's crazy. Thank you. My For You page, yeah, it's just horses, Uma Musume, cats. Ooh, what's this? This guy looks like Zenyatta and Ramatra together. Ooh. Ooh. Is this in Chinese? With Zima's on 0. What language is this? Robot man. I like this robot man. Very well, thank you. Yeah. He has aura. Hi, madam. It kind of does by now. He's just Zenyatta Ramatra. Zenmatra. What is the song even doing? He's got balls! He's got the balls! He's got the Zen balls! He's got the Zen balls, he's got the Ramatra arms. I mean, Overwatch is really popular in China, so I'm pretty sure they did take inspiration from it. Wait, maybe it is Mongolian throat singing. Maybe it is Mongolian, I don't know. Because it does not sound like Chinese. You deleted Zenless yesterday in HSR. I still have them on my phone, but I don't play it. I haven't opened the games for over a year. What is Lie by NF? I don't really want to listen to random things. I'm a little scared. I don't want to like accidentally look at things and it has like slurs. I don't trust. I don't have trust. Yoked Zenyatta? I'm scared to look up recommendations from you guys. I don't want it to have bad words in it. I don't know. I'm scared. I'm worried. The internet is a scary place. What's this one? Oh, it's a demo of him. Oh my god. It's the lady and the nuke. Oh, my cat has so much to say. Horses. What is this? What is that? Honkai Star Rail. Skibbity Riz wins his first race. I already watched that one.
Hello.
Effie, thank you for the follow. I don't really want to listen to your recommendations. Thank you for suggesting though, thank you. Maybe if you post it in Discord, I'll look at it eventually, someday. 10 years later. Hi, Vegan! Welcome! Don't crush Vash with them, Ria. No. Crushed. Crushed. Absolutely crushed. I wanna watch more videos like that Mercy video. How to actually improve aiming on the controller Marvel Rivals guide? What the heck? Dog show! Faux judging. Cute. Um... Maybe
So
this
Top 500 in Overwatch is no longer called Top 500. That title is completely gone, and they've replaced it with something called Challenger. Yes, if you play Riot Games League of Legends, hitting Challenger is a thing in Overwatch as well. If you look at the leaderboard, you'll see the ranks, championed, and then a mix of lower grandmasters than back.
Oh, here, this is
Smart guy
the
once
guy
said
that I
true
wanted
mastery
to.
over anything takes
This is the channel I wanted to watch. They have a lot of videos on Overwatch stuff. Let's watch this video on Sugar Free.
Throughout Overwatch history, there's always been one man in the background of every moment, every highlight, every XQC desk slam fart moment. There was Sugar Free.
League of Legends
He has been
mention
playing Overwatch
pod.
for over half of his life.
Are you a
and
League
there's
player?
not been a time in that span where this guy hasn't been at the absolute
Dash
top
has been playing
of the
a lot
game.
of League
Dude's been dominating
recently.
since he was 11 years old, but he first started playing professionally at the age of 12, playing for no
XQC
anime allowed
mentioned,
and no
oh no.
clout, with future Overwatch League players Paintbrush and Hawk 2. This team went on to make it from the absolute bottom of the path to pro to contenders in a very short period, eventually losing to Team Envy, which had Thanos himself, Seagull. Everyone already knew
Thanos
Sugar Free was good enough
himself,
for the league,
Seagull.
but the legend of Lenny really began with last night's Leftovers, where he played with the core of what would eventually make up the Atlanta Reign. He was by far their best player, and he didn't even have any hair on his chest. His signature Genji was really good at this time, and he was just in that mode. Oh yeah, Sugar Free also goes by Lenny most of the time. No one really has a straight answer on why, but some people think that it's because it's his white name, as if his real name isn't Camden. This guy said it's Comdane. I really have my doubts on that, but if he ever sees this video, why don't you just go by Cam? Anyway, when last night's Leftovers was eventually signed to the Reign, their best player couldn't join the team. There was a system back then where Overwatch League teams were able to have an academy team, which were just partnered contenders teams, and the Reign created one basically just for him. This made him the youngest contenders player of all time at 13 years old. What were you doing when you were 13? I think that's when I learned how to crank hard. For contenders, this team was stacked, and they went on to win one season of contenders and finish second in 2 others. In 2019, they also had this really cool event called the Gauntlet, which is one of the first LAN events for contenders in a long time, and it was an opportunity for the top NA teams to actually test themselves against the better Korean teams. They took the best team in contenders at that time, Element Mystic, which had Hanbin and Sparkle
Why
on
can I
it,
not
to
draw
5
this
maps,
part of
later
the
beating Yaki and
butterfly
Gangnam Jin's
wings
Runaway,
properly?
and Stalker and Glister's Genji to make it back to the finals, where they were once again bested by Element Mystic. How stacked was Korea back then, dude? That's crazy. Of course, because this was an actually good event, it only happened once, but you can still see the influence in modern OWCS. The league was already in this kid's
Actually,
hand, and the
good event,
community
it
was going to
only
make sure of
happened
it.
once.
You know what else is popular and fits in your hand? This fantastic game. The Ultimate Death Knight is back
No!
and better than ever. He tanks every hit with the Tracer skin with the Mohawk. Them rewards are
Oh my god, why
Video.
so
dominant that his myth that link, man. Anyways, it was around this time when Lenny was at his most dominant that his mythos would really start spreading. People already knew he was good, but how people really came to know him as a special talent was when one of his coaches bought this promotional video, filmed by 2, we'll say, professional actresses.
Are you an Overwatch League scout looking for the next rising star of your professional team? Look no further. Lenny, also known as Sugar Free to those who can't hang out with pros like him, is the 39-year-old prodigy you wish you would have known about sooner.
39?
He's best known for his exceptional Genji play, and is definitely tier 1 material. What are you waiting for? Get your budget Korean superstar today with Sugar Free.
W Goons. Speaking of W Goons, it was also around this time that Sugar Free's dad, the busy Filipino himself, was hacked and posted this on Twitter. sure. There were also countless videos about this 13-year-old prodigy. I swear, there was a new one of these every week, and a lot of them were made by this dude, The Fattened Sausage, who actually used to date Sniper Wolf, if you can believe it. I guess the shoe fits. He was so popular, there was even a countdown made until he was eligible for the Overwatch League in 2022.
39-year-old
It's totally not
prodigy
creepy at all
is
to have a
the same
countdown until you
word,
turn 18,
yeah.
by the way. Anyways, by 2020, contenders almost completely fell by the wayside as the league
Noxus
struggled more than
animated
ever.
series? What's
Viewership
that?
was in decline across the board, and contenders, which was already less popular, was neglected almost entirely by the Overwatch League teams, with even the Atlanta Reign dissolving its academy team in 2020. With that obviously came the release of Sugar Free, but surely it wouldn't be the end. But only a week later, he would shock the entire Overwatch world by retiring from the game for the claimed reason that
I felt
Overwatch
really
had
slow.
such
I'm just
devs. This guy reached
I'm
rank
just
1,
thinking
was the
about
best
it.
player in NA, won contenders, and retired,
wow.
all before finishing puberty.
This
He
will
then
take
moved
me
over to Valorant
forever.
for a time, playing for Second Wind, and this is not the last time he would neglect Overwatch for the vastly inferior game, but we'll get to that. He was still secretly competing in Overwatch though, basically the whole time, acting as a substitute for a few teams, including American Tornado, who were the best NA team at the time, and later for the Fusion University. He tried to play undercover under the name Giali, which actually a few top players were doing at that time, with people like Kaluge playing for one team as Kaluge and another as Cucumber. There's very little
What?
indication of how good he really was in Valorant, as he got in basically at the beginning, and his team never entered any big tournaments. But they did win Valorant Sunday Showdown Week 18, so that has to mean something, right? All this Valorant grinding earned Lenny a whopping $881, a drop of water in the ocean for the known billionaire. If you want to be a billionaire, make sure you like this video and subscribe for more enchanting Overwatch content. Also, consider clicking the join button to support me extra. Thank you to the members on the second tier, Floppa Stoppa, Piggles, and Left Y, and extra special shout out to GDH Legends Maple, Goop, Got Some Good, and 07 Echo. Click those buttons. Do it right now. It was clear though that he couldn't keep himself away from the needle of Overwatch. He was even caught online by Super on stream, and when asked about joining the league, he said this of the situation.
Wait, Sugar Free, are you looking for Owl next season?
I don't know yet.
You don't know yet?
Words in my mouth.
He knows. Something weird happened.
Are you already signed to Atlanta, but you can't say it, so that's why you're acting like you're not looking for Owl? You have to play it down.
A weird situation.
Whatever strangeness of the situation was never revealed, but finally, on December 16, 2022, Lenny turned 18, and 11 days later he signed with the Vancouver Titans in the Overwatch League. Now he obviously joined the league at a tough time, as, spoiler alert, this was the last season, but he also joined a pretty tough situation in Vancouver. The other DPS on the team when he joined was Aspire. They didn't really end up working out, but they did also have Heesang, so it was okay. He wasn't the only player to rush the league after he turned 18, as Patapan had already done this. He was another guy who had a bunch of 13-year-old prodigy videos made about him after his dominance at the World Cup. Maybe this is why pro Overwatch players tend to love teenagers. Patty though had also transitioned to Valorant in 2020. Then he came back after turning 18, playing 1 year with the Gladiators, who was genuinely amazing, before returning back to the cesspool for some unknown reason. He now plays professional Apex Legends, so he's gone pro in 2 of the Overwatch killers. Maybe he'll go Rivals next. He also has the shortest Thai name I've ever seen. I mean, look at this. It even fits on one line, unlike Mickey. Sugar Braun once again made Overwatch's pro scene look easy for him, and it was like he never left. He was great on the heroes everyone already knew him for, Tracer and Genji, but he even debuted some new heroes. Could have been all his Euro experience, who knows. His performance even led him being selected for the 2023 Team USA, where he looked great, but unfortunately for him, he had Super on tank, so what can you do? That year, he barely walked down Rookie of the Year to Donghak, but he was clearly in the upper echelon of players, and besides, losing to a Korean Winston really isn't all that bad. The Titans finished 8-8 that season. Not that bad considering their expectations, and with the league coming to an end, it was time for Sugar Free to find a new home. He signed at Timeless, which eventually became the Toronto Defiant, and this roster was absolutely stacked, with former MVP someone, known successful beat dropper, Vega, and RuPaul. They dominated from the NA side, but as soon as they got to a big event, they lost to Ents. How are we losing to these Europeans? I thought you bled red, white, and blue, Lenny. That loss was so embarrassing. They rebranded to the Toronto Ultra, where for some reason they locked in for the Esports World Cup.
I thought you bled red, white, and blue.
To beat a Korean team with their defeat of Zeta Division, before eventually losing to the best team in the world, Crazy Raccoon, in the final. No oil money for you, Lenny. He was for some reason
Crazy
especially locked in while wearing purple,
Raccoon.
hitting nasty clips that even XQC had to react to.
Nah, he's gone out, please. Go, this guy!
Oh my god!
Hello!
Long shall he reign! Another elimination!
Hello!
Shit.
He is unassailable, untouchable, and what he's doing.
Stop smiling and shit though, lock in.
They then switched back to the Toronto Defiant just to dominate NA once again, and came in 3rd place, losing again to Crazy Raccoon in Stockholm in 2024. Speaking of which, I'm going to be in Stockholm for the major this year. I'm skipping class for it, so if you see me, come say hi. I need this to be worth it. For that season, Sugar Free even won the DEI for non-Koreans NA MVP award, with all the other MVP awards besides EU MVP won by Koreans. Nice. Besides that though, he also suffered what is still the most embarrassing loss of his career, and perhaps of any career. Sugar Free is a frequent collaborator of the Wingstop guy, who was playing for NRG, as in he played Widow for one map every month. They were slated to play each other for one match in 2024, and Lenny said this.
Scared PG will take your spot, potentially, yep.
I can see that.
You guys know if I ever lose to PG in a match, I genuinely will retire.
Keep that promise true.
serious.
Don't retire till I beat you. Don't retire till I beat you.
When the fateful day came, the Toronto Defiant went up 2-0 early,
I
even
am
winning the map PGE
struggling
played.
with this
But
one
the Shock
line.
got the next one, and they had to make the boss call to bring PGE
Thank
back
you,
in for
Nathan.
Blizzard
Enjoy
World,
your
where he
break.
positively bent Lenny over
Enjoy your
and showed him who Daddy
food.
was. The
Go
Shock
make
won the last
something.
map, sending the Defiant to the lower bracket,
Think.
with PGE reminding Lenny of their familial relations
Think
via X, the Everything app.
this.
He also reacted like this on stream, so like it clearly didn't mean anything to him type shit.
Let's go!
Lenny even confirmed that he would be retiring, but the Shock would later fall to the Defiant in the finals, with Diddy Free once again cementing himself as the father.
Yeah, who's your daddy? Fine, it's you.
PGE of course reacted well to all of this.
Somebody kill Lenny, please!
After these tournaments though, the Defiant disbanded and Lenny went on to Space Station Gaming, where he still plays today. The Space Station days have been very interesting for Leonard, as they remain one of the best teams in NA, but Lenny's work ethic has been called into question quite a few times. Lenny has been
How
seen on
about
Valorant
this?
a lot these days, which isn't a problem, but he was on that game before matches where his team ended up losing. He was also seen getting on Deadlock seconds after losing to Team Liquid in the last few weeks.
Why did Space Station just add me and say Twitter? What did they do? Lenny has started playing Deadlock. Fuck ass. I'm so scared. It's all their fault.
But Lenny has also been streaming, taking content creation more seriously over the past few years, even forming the most unk group of all time, the S-Fam, with fellow streamers PGE and Super. I mean, bro is 20, almost 21, could not be me, pack it up bro. He also posts every few months on YouTube and can be seen more regularly in everyone else's videos. Sugar Free will always be remembered for his contributions to the game. He's like the avatar of Overwatch, except when the world needed him most, he actually came back, and has been helping with the slow and steady revival of Overwatch and making it even sort of cool again. He is already, in my opinion, the greatest American DPS player of all time, and many others seem to agree, though he is still of course Zera's son. He is the youngest player to ever play professionally, and maybe like Braun, one day Sugar Braun will be the oldest. Sugar Free may not need the game, but the game will always need Sugar Free. Subscribe, and don't forget to use my Raid Shadow Legends link in the description or scan my QR code to get insane bonuses for new players with 2 epic champions.
What's it gonna autoplay? No, I don't
all of
know.
Overwatch, there is
No.
one name that will live forever in infamy.
Oh no.
From working at McDonald's to becoming a Danish rap sensation to climbing to the top in multiple games and destroying it out of pure boredom, to streaming inappropriate anime, to becoming a farmer, to becoming the most positive, reformed man in Overwatch. Defran is potentially the most well-documented player in our whole scene. But Defran
Well-documented
had
player.
very humble beginnings, coming from the only good European country, Denmark. In his teenage years, he worked at McDonald's flipping burgers, all while using his insane aim talent on Counter-Strike, where he even played with clutch god Zipnix, who kicked him from his group because he thought he was cheating because he was so good. Well, he might have been right to do that because Defran later got VAC banned, but we can leave that up to the imagination. During this time, he was also pursuing his rap career, absolutely sliding on the Super Mario beat. Based on the very little Danish I know, the lyrics to the song are pretty disgusting, but hey, it's fire. Defran or Big X the Plug? Despite his start as an AIM Wunderkind, Defran actually got his start on Overwatch playing on PS4, but he quickly switched to PC and he took to it like a fish in water. Early Defran's Tracer
Oh
is a
no,
thing
not
of
Defran,
beauty.
I was
This
there.
guy had 11-year-old
What do
me
you know
swearing
about
the most aura
Defran?
you could have in the universe was owning the Rose Tracer.
Hi
skin.
Shane, welcome.
He was quickly scouted for Selfless Gaming, where he joined an innovative roster where all the players lived together in Atlanta. And the vibes, at least
Hi,
at first,
Ken.
were excellent.
Didn't know you're rebranding. I'm not rebranding.
They had a solid roster
I
that
only
consisted of
changed
both a future Overwatch
my
League
Twitch
MVP
name.
and one of the game's most popular streamers in Emong, and they were rolling. They were so good that their main strategy was literally spawn camping. They were one of the first contenders teams that was good enough to compete against the Korean teams, and for a month stretch in 2017, they didn't drop a single game. While things slowed down after that, mostly due to other teams getting their footing and creating comparable rosters, they continued to have good matches against the top non-Korean team, Rogue, and kept winning tournaments. That was until May 25th of 2017, when in a match in Alienware Monthly Melee against Yikes, a team with Dante, SQC, and former Fortnite kill record holder Gingerpop, Defran did this.
I think I need to like...
What? Wait, where did that happen?
In Spawn?
What? Fat fingered? Or maybe he's just using it to get out there faster? I don't know.
Why is he not with his team? Defran?
That means the map is over, by the way.
Defran has given up. Defran's given up.
I think I'll just...
This caused
delete
Defran to be
that
suspended from Team
again.
Selfless and banned from 2 seasons of Contenders for throwing an official match. This throwing incident was at the forefront of the Overwatch scene, as it made no sense for Defran to do this. But as time has gone on, we have a lot more information. As we will see, Defran struggles when he feels like the lights are on him. He was one of the most popular players in Overwatch, playing for one of the best teams who had just gone on a long winning streak, and they were now losing a match against a team that was really not so highly rated. It's also important to note that Defran was really being thrown into the fire, as he moved across the entire world from beautiful Denmark to the swamp in Georgia, and he was practicing a lot every day. Lastly, Defran's teammates have now come out in support of him, saying that he was not actually throwing and that the team had agreed to give up, and for what it's worth, most of Defran's former teammates speak pretty highly of him. But none of that excuses what comes next. Defran absolutely crashed out after this incident, posting on Twitter that he did not care what happened to his career, but he felt bad for his teammates and the people around him for his actions. This is the first time he mentioned reforming, but he was far, far, far away from being truly reformed at this point, as he would then lead a targeted throwing movement against streamers and throughout Overwatch. He made a new Smurf account, locked Torbjorn in every ranked game, throwing if someone said anything bad, and incited a revolution in ranked, offering rewards for his fans to throw streamers' games, and starting the hashtag #ThrowForDefran. It even spread to Plat and Silver games, and I genuinely think Defran could have gotten out of this unscathed if he didn't piss off the Silver Mercy Main community. They are ruthless. Anyway, it's so hard to find literally
Silver
anything anymore
Mercy
because
Main
some of the clips have been
community.
deleted, but in this clip we see Defran just completely feeding and spawning its Horror
Alright. Fucking Defran, dude.
He would also just completely run it down while watching anime in the corner of his stream. If he streamed this today, he would change the Twitch meta. When he wasn't streaming anime, he was streaming hentai, which caused him to also get banned from Twitch, and this is the start of his extensive history with Twitch moderation. Defran has been banned from Overwatch a lot of times, but this throwing campaign caused his first ban, and this deterred him from coming back to the game for an entire year. But when he did, it was clear that he was back with a vengeance. He has seemingly started to take streaming seriously, and when Defran actually tries something, it turns out he's really good. Around this time, the Overwatch League was popping and was heading into its second season, when rumors started swirling that Defran was going to be joining the expansion Atlanta Reign franchise. And when they revealed their roster, the rumors were confirmed. This was the most high-profile Overwatch signing of all time, and there's a reason why this is the most popular roster reveal video in Overwatch history. This buzz around his signing caused pressure, of course. And how does Defran respond to pressure? Very, very poorly. Defran freaked out. The next day on his stream, he went on tirades about how much he hated the game, flamed teammates, and at the end of his stream, uninstalled Overwatch.
We did it, boys.
Minutes later, he was already on Twitter saying how much he hated the game and how he was ready to go back to McDonald's. He reinstalled the game 1 day later and apologized. But his cold feet persisted and he continued throwing on stream, locking Mercy and using this excuse.
Look, Defran, you're the second Danish cuck to throw my games today.
What? I'm not throwing.
Shut up.
No, I'm not throwing. I'm expanding my hero pool.
He was also later banned for playing Torb on his infamous Burger Flipper account, but that hero became his
expanding
biggest
my
strong suit in the
hero
Overwatch
pool.
League. His first match in, he insta-locked Torb, a hero basically no one played, and actually went crazy. He even later flexed his Torb dominance by literally beating Mangachu with a hammer. I think it's easy to forget, but Defran was actually a really good Overwatch League player, and the Atlanta Reign did really well in the first stage of Season 2. He of course hit the grab clip we've all seen 1,000 times. I mean, seriously, this must be the most viewed Overwatch clip of all time. But he was also famous for doing some shameless promo in an interview.
Do you have anything you want to say to your fans?
With the help of Twitch Prime, I merely managed to pop off.
Defran's popularity only grew, and although this happened a few years in the future, it just goes to show how loved he was by the community. As when he came out during an Atlanta homestand, the crowd completely erupted in cheers, despite it being 4 years since he retired.
Sir, what's going on? Oh my, it's Defran! Oh my word! I gotta ask you a question, man. What's going on? Anything you want to say to the people here in Atlanta?
Oh.
Let's go, dude!
Community. I haven't seen you for so long.
Like before, the
How have
pressure
you
proved to
been?
be too much for DeFran, and he retired after only playing one stage in the Overwatch League. He said that the professional gamer life was too much for him, and that makes sense. And I honestly think that leaving the league when he did was probably the best decision he ever made for his career. If he stayed even an extra month, he probably would have been streaming horse porn or something, so hey, good call. While that was the main reason he quit, he also later cited that his teammate Dako pissed him off so
Bro
bad
was a
with his
little
attitude
weird in the
that it
head.
completely killed his drive to
Yeah.
scrim and improve, and that was probably why, despite being a good player, Dako
I
only
feel like
played
I don't
one season
remember
in the
much
league.
from the old
After that, it was back
Overwatch
to
League
content
days.
creation, where he started with another instant ban, this time probably for flaming a teammate in ranked, though it was never actually confirmed. But after that, he hit the ground running,
stop
filling the
winning
void
in
XQC
Overwatch.
left behind as the most
No,
popular Overwatch
yesterday
streamer.
I went
This time though,
even.
he wanted to try out some other games, and with
I
no
was
obligation to
playing-
Overwatch anymore,
I was
he
playing
tried
a
out
lot of
Realm Royale,
tank.
where he was
My tank's
immediately
currently
one of the best
in
players in the game.
mid-diamond.
He cemented this with a strong
I've been
3rd place
drunk.
finish in Keemstar's Realm Royale
That's not
Invitational
good.
tournament, beating out players
Unless
like
it's like
well-known respecter
for
of monogamy Kefri and
festivities.
creating a relationship with Keemstar. But as Realm Royale came and went, he tried his luck with Valorant, where he was once again blessed by being one
I
of the
saw
best
you.
players in the world
I saw
without putting
you
much effort in.
with
During one of his first
Rico.
tournaments, however,
That
he
made
couldn't
me
help
really
himself
happy.
and talk shit to an opposing
I'm
player
glad
from the
you're still
organization that was
around.
hosting the event.
Is a washed up trash Overwatch League player who had to retire
Please
because
take
he's
care of
fucking
her. I love
shit.
her.
And then he comes to Valorant.
I think she's
and
my
his dog shit's
best
there too.
VTuber
He
friend.
has to use excuses like, oh, I gotta eat dinner.
Besides Vash, of
and
course,
then, oh, you came too late because I have to go eat dinner. Oh,
I think
but in reality, I'm just being a
Rico-
bitch, and I don't want to play against you.
I've
because
known
I'm
her
scared
for
to
so
lose.
long.
He received a lifetime ban
She's the
from
only
tournaments
person
hosted by
I
Solar
send
Reed,
like random
and
shit
subsequently
to.
retired from Valorant and has never played the game since. Finally, a
I
good
don't
choice
think I
from
talk to a lot of
Around this time,
people,
Keemstar was hosting
honestly.
a lot of tournaments for different games. The most famous, of course,
But I'll
is
show her
Minecraft
my
Mondays.
random stuff.
There was also Realm Royale, and later
And then
on,
she
he
always
even
asks
hosted a
me what
Rust
I
server
want
for
from
streamers.
Costco,
This
and
Rust
then I
server
ask
caused
her,
so
why are
much
you
drama,
at
it's insane.
Costco
But we're
again?
just keeping it focused on Fran. DeFran was an absolute raid boss on this Rust server, as he was once again, by sheer
She's
talent,
sick.
one of the best players on the server. Keemstar decided to donate $3
Again?
to DeFran to promote him playing on the server, and this is how DeFran responded.
What was
I
that
guess
like?
it should be appropriate
month
to ban
ago?
Keemstar. Let's ban him. He's been a piece of shit.
Because we were doing something
Yeah,
together, and she
like,
told me that
listen,
she was
Keemstar's a piece of
sicky.
shit.
But
Let's be
then,
honest.
but then
let's
she
ban
got
him.
better, and then
Let's
she was
fucking
able to
ban
do
him.
the
Ban
thing.
him. Get him out of here.
And then she went
Holy
on a
days.
trip.
Keem responded in his typical garden gnome manner,
And then she's
whining
back?
and flexing on Twitter. A
And
$10,000
then
bounty
I
was placed
forgot,
on
I don't
Fran,
know.
but it was never claimed, as everyone decided they hated Keem or the
Costco
server
is
and moved to the offline
best
TV
value,
roster. If you want
yeah.
to get $10,000 from Killer Keemstar,
She
make
asked
sure
me
to
what I
like this
want
video
from
and subscribe
Costco.
for more hog
I
swaddling
say I
Overwatch
want
content,
a
and consider clicking the join button to
$1.50
help me
hot
make more
dog
videos.
drink combo.
Shout out to the members on the second tier, Pickles and
We
Left
love
Y, and
Rico,
an
we
extra
love
special shout out
Rico.
to GDH legend Godsome Good. If you want to hear your name in my videos, click that button.
$1.50
Do it
hot
right
dog
now.
drink
Anyways,
combo,
this drama
please.
also got DeFran up to his all-time peak viewership at 17K, so it all just completely backfired for the 40-year-old Daniel Keem. Going a little out of order here, but at this point he was also a full-time creator again, but the worst controversy DeFran ever faced that really turned the community against him had to do with Sinatra. In 2020, an ex-girlfriend came forward claiming that Sinatra had assaulted her while they were dating, among other horrible things. His ex-girlfriend brought a case against him that she later suspended for mental health reasons. The investigations for
that
Valorant
guy.
and Overwatch League were inconclusive, and Sinatra was uncooperative with Valorant. His MVP skin was also removed from Overwatch permanently, and people who bought it were offered a refund. The community overall was outraged. Some said that the investigations from the leagues were not thorough enough, while supporters said that removing the skin was wrong when nothing could be proven. I won't tell you what to believe, but this incident caused a lot of turmoil within Overwatch and completely divided the community. DeFran was one person who supported Sinatra, likely because of their connection from back in the Selfless Gaming days, and for the first time ever, it seemed like
There's no
public support
Costco
for
in
DeFran
Norway?
was finally starting to dissipate.
That's
He even
pretty
faced
surprising.
consequences for this,
I
as he had
thought
recently
Costco
signed a
was
contract to be a
everywhere.
content creator for the Atlanta Rain, but it was retracted
want
3
cheap hot
hours
dog.
later. Returning to the timeline, all of this
Reminds
volatility
me, I
caused
was
DeFran to
looking
seek a
at
more
my
consistent
Amazon
job,
app,
less
and I
dependent
saw
on the
that
public.
somebody had
DeFran
searched
became a farmer. Let's grow, dude. This was,
Costco
to this day,
hot
the
dog.
most shocking
No,
thing
no.
I
It
ever
was
saw in
the search
all of
was.
Overwatch. He left his
I got
cushy
that
job where
dog
he got to
in
play
me
video games all
shirt.
day to work on a farm for free.
I got
working
that
with
dog in me
hydroponics
shirt.
and micro farms. This is one aspect of the
And-
European mind I will never.
Wait, hold up. I got that dog in me shirt, and it's the Costco hot dog, $1.50 Costco hot dog. This. And I saw someone search it, I'm like, who searched that? That's so funny. And I realized it was me. I searched it. I was the one who searched it.
understand. His original plan was to go to school for farming, but he instead took an internship and a well-deserved break from
I
streaming
want
and
that
got
shirt.
to work. He did several
I
streams
want
of
a
him
hoodie
farming
with that
and had
on
an
it.
impressive
I think they
micro
have
farm.
it.
After 3 months of working, he even
So
created his own
funny.
farm. When this guy focuses on something, he can literally be good at anything. He actually lasted a long time, but after
Yeah,
2
got
years,
that
he quit
dog in
farming
me.
and returned to full-time Overwatch streaming, though he'd already been streaming Overwatch a little bit. But his era of odd jobs continued, as he once again left streaming in 2024 to drive a forklift. He quit after 2 weeks because who wants to drive a forklift instead of play Overwatch?
Me!
In 2025, he left again to become a dishwasher. A dishwasher. This guy is doing anything. I think he's still looking for a tech support or help desk job, as that was the last update on his career hunt that he posted, but who knows, maybe he's finally happy as a streamer. After he left his final job, Evil DeFran came back out and he started to get incredibly toxic on Twitter for no reason. It all started when he said that he didn't care to call Venture by they them pronouns because they are just a character in a video game. It's also just so funny how he calls the LGBTQ+ community a fan base here. This drew the ire of SK, who already held ill will against DeFran for his support of Sinatra. SK would subtweet DeFran saying that his refusal to use they them pronouns for Venture was like not using she her pronouns for her. DeFran did not respond much after that, and he deleted a lot of his tweets, but this clip lives on.
It's crazy that SK has this kind of power where you cannot say you don't like SK, because if you say you don't like SK, you are transphobic. How insane is that?
That's fair, though. That's a fair point.
And that's fair. Why do I need to like everybody?
His crash out will conclude with his
He's
Overwatch
right,
streamers I
though.
like and dislike list. Notably, the Woat Super TF was in dislike tier, but Shark Candy was someone he liked. Interesting. Streamers obviously didn't like this, but at that point the damage was already done. He's now deleted the VOD, clips, and the original tweet, but one user who watched the stream said that he disliked Super for being a virtue signaler, Flats for being fake, and ML7 for being bought by Blizzard.
Driving a forklift?
But I think after this, DeFran realized
not
the error
fun?
of his ways.
You don't think
like
so?
I said, he deleted all negative tweets and streams.
I feel
and
like
is
it'd
now
be fun, but
truly
I've never
reformed
done
and
it
focused on
before.
positivity, saying that he likes every Overwatch streamer and wants to create a more positive Overwatch community. Now, seriously, almost every day he's been tweeting ominously positive things. The world could always use more heroes. I'm having fun with
Nani, if you're
Overwatch.
still here,
The real DeFran would
I
never
have
say that
some
did
of
Bro
the
get
licorice you
lobotomized?
sent
Now he's
me.
still streaming,
I have
seemingly
not
looking
eaten
for a
the
job, and is,
licorice.
I guess, assisting with the revival of Overwatch by being creepily positive.
I don't know what
Hey,
to do with it.
Maybe that's what we need. Who knows? Truly, DeFran's story is one of the most well-documented and interesting things in Overwatch. This guy's basically shared every second of his life and thoughts for the last 8 years, and has gone from being the most hated to the most loved person in the scene, like 5 times. But now, you can finally say after all these years that he is reformed. Subscribe.
He's reformed. Is this how it's drawn? I'll play the Isudu. What's this one?
Back in 2016, something started spreading across my Xbox friends list. One by one, everyone I knew from Black Ops 3 lobbies started disappearing, not off my friends list, but
What am I
into a
drawing?
different
I'm
game
drawing
entirely.
my
A brand new
friend
title I had heard people
as
buzzing about,
Cuddly.
but never really cared to try myself.
draw this
I already had Call of
character
Duty,
as
I
this.
didn't need anything else. Or at the very least,
I think I'm doing a pretty good
that's
job.
what I thought. At first, I just ignored it. Every
think
time
I
I
need to
logged
draw
in,
the
I saw the
Ahoge.
same
It's
thing,
very
playing
iconic.
Overwatch, and every time I told myself it was just a phase.
Yeah, I
the
think
hype
I
would
need
die
to drag it
down,
down,
they would
though,
come
when I
back,
do
and
it.
we'd all
I need more
return
space.
to custom games of cops and robbers on Nuketown like always. But that didn't happen. If anything, the hype got louder. This was a problem for me because this is the same friend group I've been playing with since early high school.
The communal symbolic brood mera? Huh? What the heck? What does that mean? What? Oh my god. Giga. Well, you still got some licorice? I do, and I recently, well, not that recently, but last year I moved into another apartment. My mom moved all of my like little jars of things into my drawer in the kitchen, and I opened it, and there's just like that little plastic container of licorice, and I'm like, oh my god, I didn't eat this. Exactly what it says. Smile. I love the symbolic horses and Uma Musume. I am gay. I Rudolph the least, but I still like her. But I just like Sirius and Curteous so much. Well, Sirius is my favorite. Of course. Love Sirius and Bowley. Can I draw this line? Can I? I think I did it. I did it. Yeah, and Chris has second. I'm conflicted now? Conflicted about what? Welcome, local terrorizer. Welcome, Rizmaster. I think I've done the line art. Do 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 do. Okay. I'm gonna draw the ahoge. I think the ahoge should be large. Like this? Ish. Like that. Thank you. Have a good night. Have a good rest coming in. Take care. Don't drink too much alcohol. Don't drink too much alcohol. Only drink for social circumstances. Yeah. Social circumstances only. It doesn't even taste that good anyway. Doesn't even taste that good. Oh my god. That's a pretty good one. Thank you, Loco. Wait, I should beat up all the Goshi mains and Cafe Polars. I agree, Giga! They're fucking up my Narita Taishin! This is the first one, I'm so slow! I have like 4 to draw and I haven't even finished the first one! More of an Overwatch video stream than a drawing stream? I'm trying! I'm sorry, I'm so slow. Okay. How's it looking, guys? I actually think I should erase, I should erase this one part, cause I don't want the hair to be covering this area. I don't think it'd look flattering. I changed my mind. I'm using Taishin too? Yeah, she's my only hope. She is my only hope. Oh, I forgot to draw the line over here. Connecting the cape. And then, I'll just make the hair like... like this, I guess? Yeah. should probably be okay. Yeah. And then I'll just erase this and make it like a that. There we go. We'll do a that. Yeah. Let me fix up this area too. Wait. Hello back. I'm using Hishiyama out of dedication to the bed. But like, I saw some Hishiyamas, and they were doing great.
School people I had practically lived in
Like,
Xbox
I have
parties
had
with.
some
If all of
Hishiyamas
them were
on Smite.
migrating to something new, then part of me knew
Everyone
that
is running
eventually I'd
end.
either have to follow them or get left behind. But I still held out. I was still being stubborn. I couldn't tell if this is something they'd actually keep playing, or if this is just another one of those quick purchases that we'd all move on from in about a week. Then one night, while we were all in another party chat, one of my friends said to me, "You just
the
don't
eyebrow.
get it." After that, he
Oh,
sent
that
a
was the
YouTube link,
eraser.
and that link led to dragons. The cinematic opens with Hanzo sneaking into an old temple, moving through it like someone who knows every inch of the place. He silently takes down
Why
a few
are they
guards,
talking
not
about
dramatically,
dragons?
just with the quiet efficiency of someone who used to belong there. And then the narration starts. Right away, it pulls you in. It sounds like a folktale describing two dragon brothers, one who upheld duty and another who strayed. Even before the story connects to the characters, you can feel the weight behind it. As the narration plays, Hanzo lights an incense and attempts to grieve the brother he believes he killed. It's calm, restrained, almost peacefully quiet until he's interrupted. A masked man appears, deflecting his arrows and pulling him into a duel. Their fight mirrors the legend being told. When Hanzo summons his dragon strike, the blue dragons crash forward, only for the masked man to answer with a green dragon of
What was with the knock?
This was the moment my
What is
friends
the
wouldn't
knock?
shut up about. It
Oh
wasn't
my
just some
God.
cool-looking dragons colliding in
Looks like
midair.
a stab from
It
the
was
video.
myth meeting
Is
reality.
Genji
After
knocking on my
being
door?
bested, Hanzo demands to be finished off,
Ken,
but
thank
then
you.
the mask is lifted and
Thank you
it's
so much,
Genji,
Ken.
alive, telling
Happy
Hanzo
early
that he still has a
Christmas,
future
happy
and that
early
he
New
still
Year's
has something
Eve,
to
happy
atone for,
holidays.
but
Thank you so much
also
for the
that
super
his
chat.
story isn't over. In just a few minutes, the short delivers guilt,
Any
myth,
plans
anger,
for the holidays?
forgiveness, and real character growth, an entire history
Honestly,
compressed
no.
into a
I
single
don't really.
sequence. That was the moment
I
I
don't
understood
know.
Overwatch wasn't just
I'm
another
not
shooter,
sure.
and it
I
was
think Vash
also
wanted
the
to
first
cook
time
like
I
a ham,
realized something
but
else. This
don't
wasn't
know
just a story
if
my
I have
friends were
like
chasing,
much
it was
space
a
in my
feeling,
apartment
the
for
shared excitement, the
cooking
world that
large
felt
things
alive.
like that.
That's why they left Black Ops behind. They weren't just playing another video game, they were stepping
Hello, Zero Ship.
into a universe. I didn't know anything
Family
about
time, that's why I'm
Overwatch's
being
gameplay,
early.
but in that moment, I
Enjoy
understood why
family
everyone
time.
couldn't shut up about it. So
Yeah.
I caved. I downloaded the game, but more
Running Pace
importantly,
Chasers
I
is
was joining
suffering.
something much
Yeah.
bigger than my friend group. Overwatch wasn't just popular in
Happy
2016,
Christmas.
it was everywhere.
Christmas.
Twitch
That's okay.
streams, YouTube compilations, cosplay, fan arts, esports,
Hello,
even people who had
hello.
never touched a shooter before were suddenly talking about their favorite characters and main picks. This wasn't just a video game, it was a community. It was a world people wanted to believe in. Because Overwatch's identity wasn't built on power
let me
fantasies or gritty
duplicate this
realism,
layer.
it was built on hope. On the idea that even in a broken world, people would still try. That heroes weren't chosen, but self-made. That no matter their background, country, species, mistakes, or scars, everyone still had a place. The tagline wasn't ironic, it was a promise. The world could always use more heroes, and at least for a while,
The world
it
could always
felt like
use
we
more
believed
heroes.
that. But that world didn't last. When Overwatch 2 was announced, the reason for the sequel was clear: the campaign. Blizzard promised story missions, character progression, talent trees, new cinematics, an actual narrative continuation of the world people had fallen in love with. Overwatch wasn't just going to tell stories through trailers or limited timed events anymore. That was the pitch, that was the reason Overwatch 2 needed to exist. So when Overwatch 2 finally launched and the campaign just wasn't there, the confusion was immediate. The marketing event about the PvE, the BlizzCon panels were about PvE, the sequel announcement trailer was about PvE, and now it was gone.
Where's my
Quietly,
PvE?
almost deliberately. Like Blizzard had hoped, it might be able to slip by unnoticed. It didn't. For me, it wasn't just the community reaction, this hit personally. I was someone who got pulled into Overwatch because of the story, because of dragons. This was a world that felt like it had something to say, and while the actual game itself was a lot of fun, I had also spent years waiting to see where a lot of these threads would go. So when the campaign just didn't show up on launch day, it wasn't just disappointing, it felt like the sequel had forgotten what made this game special in the first place. The first wave of review bombing wasn't anger, it was betrayal. Not because the game had changed too much, but because it had barely changed at all. Overwatch 2 felt like Overwatch 1 with fewer modes, new monetization, and a vague assurance that the real game would arrive later. We were all told to wait, to trust. But then, after months of silence, Blizzard finally announced that the campaign mode, the feature that justified the sequel, the thing Overwatch had been building towards since Dragons, was no longer happening. It wasn't another delay, and it also wasn't a rework. The thing that justified the existence of Overwatch 2 was cancelled. That's when the second wave hit, harder than the first. Now it wasn't just disappointment, it was the realization that the Overwatch people believed in, the one built on hope, unity, heroism, and story, was gone. Overwatch 2 wasn't a bold new chapter, it was the moment the illusion broke. And in the middle of all this confusion and frustration, there
Is red
was
okay, or should we go
Kiriko,
for like a
brand
different
new
color?
character marketed as the face of the sequel. She was the one thing that
Only
clearly
Shimada can
signaled
control the
this was
dragons.
something new, but everything surrounding her
Bring back
felt
Hanzo's
old,
Scadarrow. He has it
unfinished, or
back. He
taken
can do it
away.
again, though,
She
this
didn't
perk.
cause the frustration, but she arrived at the exact moment
is
a
good?
lot of us were losing trust.
Violet, what do you
And
think?
as a result, she became the face standing in front of all the promises that
Good old
Blizzard
Red.
couldn't keep. Sojourn and Junker Queen had already existed in the community's imagination before the sequel launched. Players expected them. But Kiriko, she arrived hand in hand
Whoa.
with the new monetization system, the battle pass,
Forgot to
the
draw this.
shop, the trust us things are different now messaging. She didn't cause the frustration, she simply stood in front of it. Which is why people talk about her differently, and also why her reputation is a lot more complicated than it looks. Kiriko's debut in 2022 was supposed to be a bright spot, a new cinematic, a new hero, a new reason to believe Overwatch still meant something. And on the surface, her introduction looks like it follows the same pattern as every beloved Overwatch character before her. A small, emotional story grounded in a personal moment rather than a world-ending threat. But when you look closer, especially in context, the cracks start to show. Most Overwatch cinematics are named after themes,
Jules.
not
Thank you so much for the
characters.
follow.
Dragons
Welcome.
isn't called Hanzo, Recall isn't called Winston, the Wastelander isn't called Junker Queen, you get the idea. Even The Last Bastion, despite having Bastion in the name, is not just about the character. It points towards ideas bigger than the hero, the emotional or philosophical core that defines the story. But Kiriko's cinematic, it's just called Kiriko. Not tradition, not
could it?
inheritance, it's just her name. It is the only Overwatch cinematic where the title tells you nothing except the name of the product being sold, and that choice says a lot about where Overwatch was at the time of her release. The cinematic begins with Kiriko moving through an apartment building like someone familiar with every floor and every neighbor. She checks in on a young deaf girl, signing to her as they joke and talk, and this part highlights a soft, genuinely charming charming side of her character. There's a warmth here, a sense of everyday heroism that Overwatch has always excelled at. Then, things escalate. A gang breaks into the hallway and starts threatening the young girl, but Kiriko rushes in to help, blending acrobatics and healing as she weaves through the attackers. Her fox spirits briefly appears to guide her movements, and her abilities, teleportation, healing charms, and protective barriers come to life in a way that's clearly meant to make her feel dynamic and cool. It's a light, almost slice-of-life story about a girl protecting her community, and honestly, if this cinematic stood alone, I think people would have embraced it. It is charm, it is heart. The issue here isn't the cinematic itself, it's what it was released next to. Because when you hold it up against past Overwatch cinematics, it raises questions. Not because it's bad, but because you can feel a tonal shift. Overwatch cinematics once carried emotional baggage. Dragons had grief, Recall had memories, The Wastelander had cultural history, and The Last Bastion had trauma that refuses to disappear. Kiriko's cinematic, in contrast, is fun. It's not wrong for a character to have a softer story, but the timing was terrible. This game had just broken our trust. We wanted depth, we wanted something that proved Overwatch still cared about its world, and instead, we got Kiriko. Just Kiriko. Then there's the rest of her lore. Kiriko's origin story suggests that she grew up around the Shimada brothers, and that her mother actually trained all three of them together. This stands out as strange, because Hanzo and Genji have previously already been established to be around 40, whereas Kiriko is in her early 20s. The timeline here just doesn't make sense. Dragons takes place across decades of silence and regret. Kiriko's lore, though, treats those decades like they barely happened, compressing separate eras into a single stretched moment. It unintentionally weakens one of the most emotional arcs in the entire franchise by trying to weave her into a history that she was never a part of. And then there's the fox spirits. Blizzard insists that it isn't supernatural, that it's just cultural symbolism, but Kiriko's abilities are actual teleportation through physical walls, healing talismans, summoning literal glowing energy, and a spectral fox leading allies into battle. These aren't subtle metaphors, they're full-on magical abilities. Hanzo and Genji push the limits of what was believable, but you could still ground them in cybernetics and extreme training. You could believe that these dragons were potentially created using hardlight technology, but Kiriko's powers push it too far. She could have been the bridge between myth and reality, the explanation for how folktale and technology blend in Overwatch's world, but instead, her lore contradictions make the world feel less coherent, not more. Kiriko didn't ruin Overwatch's lore, but she did expose how fragile it had become. By the time she arrived, the narrative wasn't being constructed with the same intention that it used to. The emotional threads that once made this world feel grounded, family conflict, personal guilt, political history, were barely being maintained. Kiriko didn't break the world, she just showed that this world had already stopped holding itself together, and that hit me personally. I loved her kit. I enjoyed playing her, and I still do. But it's hard to ignore the disconnect between who she could have been and what we actually got. Worse, she arrived during a moment when Blizzard desperately needed to prove it still cared about the story, and instead, her introduction made it feel like the story had become secondary. In a game that once grounded its world building in emotional consequence like Hanzo's guilt, Genji's rebirth, and the centuries-old legacy of their clan, Kiriko's introduction felt like Overwatch was no longer concerned with why any of that mattered. A new hero should have felt like a beacon of hope. Instead, Kiriko became the start of a conversation that nobody wanted to have. Is Overwatch still being written with intention, or is it just being assembled? Kiriko's issues go beyond lore, though. Even if her backstory lined up perfectly, there's still something about her personality that feels off. It isn't that she lacks traits, it's that she has too many and they rarely connect to one another in a meaningful way. One moment, she's preparing to eat donuts for dinner, the next, she's invoking centuries-old spiritual wisdom. She'll be gentle and reassuring with her neighbors, then suddenly slick and effortlessly cool as she lands perfect kunai headshots. None of these tones are bad on their own, the problem is that they never merge into a single emotional through line. They don't clash in an interesting way, and they don't complement each each other either. They just sit next to each other like qualities chosen from a menu of things Blizzard knows people tend to like. She doesn't feel like a person who grew into who she is. She feels like a character that's been assembled to appeal to as many people as possible. And this becomes even more noticeable when you remember the weight that her backstory should carry. Kiriko grew up in a neighborhood caught between clan traditions and gang violence. Her mother led the Shimada Assassins, a role defined by secrecy, duty, and blood. During the uprising, her mother disappeared, leaving Kiriko torn between old ways and a rapidly changing world. Her home was under threat, and her community needed protection. On paper, this is heavy. This is the kind of backstory that shapes someone deeply, but when you listen to Kiriko speak, her voice lines, her interactions, her presence in the cinematic, almost none of that comes through. There's no underlying pressure, no lingering grief, no complicated relationship with the clan that shaped her. She feels like someone who has already healed from a story that the audience never got to see. Compare that with Genji, who speaks like someone who's constantly renegotiating his identity, or Hanzo, who sounds like he wakes up every day trying to make peace with a past he can't undo. Mei's grief informs her kindness, Farah's restraint comes from a sense of duty, and Sombra's humor hides her distrust. Overwatch's strongest characters are specific, shaped by wounds they haven't fully resolved. They feel like they speak with emotional anchors, whereas Kiriko feels like she just doesn't. Or rather, she speaks like someone who has many emotional anchors, but none of them are attached to anything. And then there's the humor. A lot of her dialogue is tuned for viral clips, which isn't inherently bad, but it's disconnected from her emotional core. Most Overwatch heroes have a distinct emotional cadence. Zenyatta always sounds serene, Moira always sounds detached, and Baptiste balances humor with the instincts of someone who's seen too much. Kiriko, by contrast, sounds like whatever the scene needs her to be. Wise, snarky, cute, cool, nurturing, edgy. It changes quickly and cleanly with no cost. She feels frictionless, and that's what makes her stand out in the wrong way. Because Overwatch characters are supposed to be messy. They're supposed to feel like people who've lived through something. The irony here is that Kiriko should have been one of the characters with the most emotional depth. She has the upbringing, she has the cultural ties, the loss, the responsibility, the inherited conflict, all of the ingredients are here, but the game just never lets those ingredients interact. She ends up feeling airbrushed, emotionally unaffected, even though her story should carry scars. And honestly, I feel it when I play her. Kiriko's kit is fun, and a lot of her voice lines are pretty funny. I like her confidence, and I like her style, but I can't shake the feeling that there's an entire emotional half that's just missing. That there's a version of this hero that makes sense, but unfortunately, we've never met. This is where the frustration comes from. Not because players dislike her personality, but because they can see the outline of a far more grounded, far more compelling character. Kiriko's confidence, her charisma, even her little edge, all of that could have worked beautifully if the emotional core behind her had been allowed to exist. One of the things that made Overwatch 1 feel special was the balance between intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. The game was fun on its own, the characters are unique, the movement was fluid, and teamfights played out like puzzles you were always learning to solve. That was the intrinsic side you played because playing felt good. But the extrinsic rewards mattered too, and Overwatch 1 handled them with a grace
Define me one more time and you are going to be sent to the Shadow Realm.
Weren't perfect, but they rewarded you for simply spending time in the game. You didn't grind currencies, track shop rotations, or worry about falling behind. You played, you leveled up, you opened a box, and you got something. A voice line, a highlight intro, a skin, some small expression of identity.
It's not about talking
and because Overwatch 1 wasn't
it's
free
about
to play,
talking
cosmetics
about
weren't
things that
sculpted
I've
around
already
conversion
said
metrics
I will
or
not
behavioral
do.
funnels. Skins felt like celebrations of the cast, not revenue streams. Over time,
can you not read?
Everyone got something.
Do you not listen? Because it was written down in text, and I also said it out loud.
However, shifted that balance completely.
Do you need more?
With the move to free to play, extrinsic motivation didn't just support the game, it became the structure of the game.
With other
the
senses?
Shop, battle pass,
Other
rotating
than
bundles, limited time cosmetics, FOMO
sight
mechanics, all
and
of these
sound?
replaced the old reward system. Identity transformed from something you earned naturally into something you had to pursue. Suddenly, the question wasn't who do I enjoy playing, interesting, but which
I
hero
regret
is
opening
the
the loot
game
boxes?
telling me to invest
Wait, which
in?
one?
And whether Blizzard meant
The
to or not,
Overwatch ones?
the answer to that question was Kiriko. As of the time I'm making this video, Kiriko, an Overwatch 2 hero, has 38 skins. For comparison, Echo has 26, Baptiste has 27, and Sigma has 28. The problem here is that all of these heroes have been in the game longer than Kiriko. All are Overwatch 1 heroes, and yet Kiriko, a new hero, has surpassed all of them in skins in just 3 years. This isn't a small difference, it's a visible pattern. And I say this as someone who has bought multiple Kiriko skins myself. Her Himiko Toga skin from the MHA collab is adorable, and her Blue Flame skin from the Le Seraphim collab might actually be one of my favorites in the game. I really like pairing her new mythic weapon with it.
This
I'm
guy
not
is
above
the
this
problem.
system. I'm actively participating in it, but me liking this stuff doesn't make the pattern any less real. Kiriko gets more cosmetics, more consistency, and more variety than nearly every other
This
hero
man
in
is the
game.
problem.
She headlines events, anchors battle passes, appears in shop bundles constantly, and is used for marketing in a way that most heroes simply aren't. One of the clearest examples of this is the Streetwear collection. About half of these skins were available in the $10 battle pass from season 18, while the other half were in the shop for $40. This is one of the Overwatch 2 bundles I actually bought. I genuinely love the
are
look
the
of all
problem,
of these
sir.
skins. There's some of the ones I wear the
Oh my
most, even over
God.
some of the collabs, but here's
person
what
and
has me
Ben.
frustrated. Kiriko's Streetwear skin was the final tier of the battle pass, and while I know that sounds like nothing on the surface, Kiriko has also had a spot in like half of the battle passes I've played since I returned in season 12. For comparison, Freya's been in 0, Hazard's been in 1, Reaper's been in 1, and Sombra's been in 2. Once again, the problem here is that all of these heroes deserve more. All of these heroes in the $40 bundle needed this cheaper $10 spot more than she did, but the devs either didn't notice or didn't care. From the outside, it doesn't look like Kiriko is simply popular, it looks like she's being positioned as popular. Why is she consistently the focal point? Why aren't other heroes getting that same spotlight? This matters because cosmetics in Overwatch are not superficial. They are how players express identity, loyalty, personality, and attachment. They are how someone says, "This is my hero, this is who I am." So
But
when
it was
Kiriko
written
continues
out
to
in
receive new
text.
skins, highlight intros,
Stop giving
emotes,
me
and theme bundles
excuses.
at a pace that other heroes don't,
stop
especially older
defying.
heroes who quite literally built
Like,
the foundation of this video game, it doesn't feel like
I
an
don't
oversight,
understand.
it feels intentional.
I don't
Zarya, a
understand.
launch hero, has not received a single new highlight
I don't
intro
even know
across
who I'm
the
talking to,
entire
honestly.
lifespan of Overwatch 2. Other original heroes have gone literal years without
Why am
meaningful
I even
cosmetic
here?
additions, and even the new
Like,
heroes
click go
introduced after
live.
Kiriko have launched with
I'm doing
noticeably
something.
less support. Juno, Hazard, Freya,
Yeah, I
and
don't
Wu
have to
Yang all
stream.
released with no legendary skins at launch,
I've been
and
streaming,
some
like,
of their cosmetics appear
9
rushed,
days,
or
I
at the
think.
very least, visually inconsistent compared
Red
to
chat being
earlier
stupid?
standards. This is where the industry
I didn't write
plant
it, my
joke
mod
comes
did.
from. Kiriko
Just straight
was
up
not
ignored
just a
him.
new character, she became the face that Blizzard chose to push because her design was marketable, broad, polished, and extremely easy to sell. Whether Blizzard intended that or not, the result is the same. Kiriko is not presented as one hero among many, she is presented as the default mascot of Overwatch 2's new economy. Sojourn and Junker Queen launched alongside her. All three were presented as the start of a new era, the new pillars of Overwatch 2, but while Sojourn and Junker Queen
Mr.
blended into the
Two
roster after
Rockets.
their first wave of cosmetics, Kiriko never
I've
stopped
been
receiving content. The cadence,
just
the
trying to
variety,
get by,
the priority was
finishing things
different.
that I need to
So when
finish.
players say Kiriko feels like she was
Ugh.
designed to sell skins, they are not
have, like,
being dramatic. They are
several things
responding
to do,
a
and then
real,
every time there's a
measurable
new
disparity
thing
in how the game distributes
tacked
attention
on to the
and
list of things I need to
resources.
do. I
Kiriko is
just
not just a hero, she became the face of an economy,
cease
and that's a role
to
that no hero can carry without consequence.
operate.
At this point, it's fair to say the frustration around Kiriko did not come
I just
out of
cannot
nowhere. It did not just
operate
appear one
anymore.
day. There are real reasons people feel the way they do, and
I'm just
honestly,
gone.
that's what makes this whole situation sting. Because Kiriko is fun. According to the new progression system, she's one of my most played heroes in
I am
Overwatch
just
2.
gone.
I love her movement, her
goner.
tempo, the way she threads between positions, and
Like, I
keeps
have
fights alive.
10 things
she
to
has
do,
a
and
really
then
powerful
suddenly
presence
there's
in
an
Stadium.
11th
She's
thing
definitely
to
one of
do.
my
I'm
most played characters and that, but liking something doesn't mean you suddenly stop seeing the full picture. Kiriko's introduction landed at the worst possible moment. The cancelled campaign left the community feeling frustrated and directionless. Her lore contradicted the emotional tone of stories like Dragons, and then development on that lore basically froze. Her personality tried to be everything at once, which made her feel like she wasn't anchored to anything. Her cosmetic supports overshadowed most of the roster, and her debut got tied to the new monetization system in a way that other heroes simply haven't had to deal with. And while I really don't think we need a long breakdown of her kit, many players feel like she's carrying far more power than she should. Her survivability, utility, and burst potential stack together in a way that feel bloated. Not broken, just too much. But again, this wasn't something Kiriko created. Overwatch 1 heroes had already been gradually inflating kits long before she arrived. I think she just happened to appear at the moment that build-up finally hit its tipping point. All of this happened during a time when Overwatch 2's reputation was at its absolute lowest. The game sat at an overwhelmingly negative rating on Steam, something that felt impossibly dramatic for a franchise that once symbolized hope. But what's interesting is that over the past year, that score has actually shifted upwards to mixed. And I think that shift reflects something real. The game is changing, the devs are listening, and players are slowly starting to feel that again. And that's the Kiriko conundrum. She isn't a bad character, she's a character who entered this game at a time when the game itself didn't know what it wanted to be. Some of that weight may never fully leave her.
Chat's
I don't
currently
think there will
blocked
ever
by
be a
my
version of
videos
Overwatch
and
where
my
Kiriko
screen
is as universally loved as Tracer or Reinhardt. The timing, the
So many
expectations,
tasks,
the context,
so
all
many
of this
deadlines.
matters. But Overwatch
How do you
is
have deadlines?
changing
And
again,
honestly,
and for the
that's
first
the
time in a long
worst.
while, it feels like the
Because I
developers
feel like
remember
if I
what this
had a
game
deadline,
is supposed to be. The
or if I
lore
made myself a
has
deadline,
momentum
I
again.
would
The
be
new in-game
more
codex finally gathers story beats and cinematics in one place.
on time
New comics for Ramatra, Sojourn, and Juno dropped
but,
only weeks apart, and
if
the
I'm not, then I'm
cinematics
just
are
all
back
over
as
the
well.
place, and
Blizzard stopped
that's
making
really-
these after
that's really
Junker
my
Queen
fault.
Kiriko and Sojourns, possibly discouraged by how few views Sojourns actually got, but now they're back. The newer cinematics don't seem to have as high of a budget as the old ones, but you can still feel the spark. Control, Hazardous Tactics, The Hunt Begins, Elemental Kin, and the most recent, La Lupa. All of these have somehow
La
captured the
Lupa.
same feeling I had when I first saw Dragons. La Lupa in particular is worth slowing down for because like Dragons, and even like Kiriko, it defines a character in
Mr.
just a few
Steve-O.
minutes. Vendetta faces off against a massive Omnic inside a roaring Colosseum. The scale is closer to the giant robot from Zero Hour than anything seen in the standard story missions. The crowd is electric, cheering her on like this is pure spectacle, but the narration undercuts all of that. While Vendetta fights, she's thinking about her father, about the lessons he taught her, about the strategy he drilled into her. As the Omnic's about to overwhelm her, she flashes back to
probably
the
save
moment
this.
that shaped her entire life. Antonio Bartolotti, her father, being murdered by Reaper. This is a death longtime players remember. A lot of us actually had a chance to play through this during the Retribution's Archive mission back in 2018, but now we're seeing this same moment
she beats up
recontextualized
Doofus.
through her eyes.
We'll see,
It
we'll see.
instantly
That's her
ties
goal.
her motivations to one of Overwatch's most memorable moments. When she finally steadies herself, recalls her father's guidance, and slices down the Omnic with one massive final blow, it's not just a cool finisher,
I finished
it's
drawing
a
it,
moment
but I didn't
of
add
clarity.
any.
She isn't fighting for glory, she isn't fighting for
any
entertainment,
shading
she's
to it.
fighting for a vendetta. A vendetta against Overwatch, against Talon, against everyone who took her world away, who took her father away. This is the difference between where Overwatch was when Kiriko launched and where it is today. Vendetta's arrival feels connected to the rest of the world. It feels like it's respecting existing storylines. It builds outward from something real instead of trying to retrofit something new. And the actual game itself reflects that shift.
Yeah,
Loot
true.
boxes returned, 6v6 returned, and Overwatch Classic is a nice nostalgic experience. Perks and Stadium proved that the devs can still experiment without discarding the core core of what Overwatch is. Competitive has real structure now, real transparency, even hero bans, and smaller corrections like pulling back mirror drafts or undoing best of 5 in Stadium show that the team is genuinely listening. For me, all of this has meant something. I started playing Overwatch on Xbox in 2016 with a few friends from high school. Almost a decade later, I've switched over to PC, but I'm still here, still playing Overwatch with people I met back then. One of my closest friends only recently got into hero shooters because of Marvel Rivals, but thanks to that, I was able to get him into some crossplay games with Stadium, and it's been awesome. The fact that Overwatch is finding itself again, right at the moment that I'm reconnecting with it, feels special. It feels like a second chance I wasn't sure this game would ever get. Vendetta represents that. She shows what happens when a new hero arrives with clarity and purpose. Kiriko showed how chaotic things can get when a new hero launches into a world that isn't even sure of its own identity. Overwatch began with a message that was never meant as marketing. The world could always use more heroes. And for the first time in a long time, it feels like it believes that again. Now somehow, we just need to get Kiriko to believe it too. I've been thinking a lot about where I want this channel to go. I know I could probably grow faster if I just focused on making Overwatch videos. I've got plenty of ideas for more, and YouTube really seemed to like the last one, but I've also been down that road before. I used to just make Pokemon videos in the past, but that burnt me out pretty hard, and I really don't want to repeat that. At the same time though, I don't want to ignore what people like, so right now I'm kinda stuck in the middle. Should I lean into the success of the Sombra solution, or should I keep rolling the YouTube dice to see if I get lucky with other kinds of content? Let me know what y'all think, and thank you for sticking around.
Yipski!
Your teammates are the issue.
Oh, easy to. Your teammates are the issue. Most homophobic man alive. Wait, there's a SpongeBob from Burger King collab? Oh. Krabby Whoppers. Yeah. Yeah. Is it good? Ooh, Ramatra video.
Huh? Huh? Oh, come on! You gotta admit this is cool! Just like a movie! The robot will emerge dramatically, do some damage, thrones of screaming people, and just when all hope is lost...
Krabby Patties Doco at Burger King. Yeah.
Hero shooters. Those games where I don't know if I'm supposed to thank the writers, developers, shareholders, or voice actors for having to sit through 45 seconds of monologuing and lore before I finally get to play the game. They've been around for a while. Instead of playing as generic Military Man 1, what happens, and hear me out, if they had a name? Like Pat Fusty. In case you forgot, the newest Bloons game is technically a hero shooter. It's got heroes, and it's got shooters, but
I need to play the new Bloons.
Is the genre-defining game. From my point of view, laying the groundwork in garnering a lot more community respect is Team Fortress 2. And that seems to come down to the humorous, non-self-righteous characters, the loose story, the solid gameplay, and the company standing behind it. Not just that, but the community that actually contributes to society. I mean, we're talking about Valve, the studio that got busy creating games and then created the most successful PC gaming platform in existence. Now take that resume and compare it to the company that creates false promises and harassment charges. But what do I mean by self-righteous? Let's go back to that. Maybe that's not the right word, self-righteous. It's oftentimes inseparable from having an inflated ego. But like most of Overwatch's heroes, not to be confused with their Disney villain counterparts that are on the bad team, These heroes are written to be extraordinarily humble, charismatic, and compassionate. By that logic, they can't have an inflated ego because they've been made perfect in the eyes of their creator. Despite the implied perfection, do you ever just listen to a voice line that makes you want to never play that character again?
You should always have a spare. Spare gun,
Divine
spare
attack.
leg,
She's so
whatever.
something. Man.
Sigh. So instead, we're going to learn about the word insufferable. What does it mean to be insufferable?
Wait till you see me on my...
These characters have been written to be such perfect role models with so few flaws, all told through many, many voice lines, stories, interactions, and situations. I save people. I do what's best. I encourage my team. I'm empathetic with people. I just don't understand why bad people do bad things. Righteous intentions, toxic positivity, empty encouragement, hero this, hero that. It's just heroes all the time. It needs conviction. It needs correction. What it needs is the anti-hero.
You are nothing. Put them in the ground.
Lord Ramatra.
You are powerless.
I have no idea where I'm putting the shadows on right now. I'm just doing it randomly.
Rest now. I will keep watch. If you're waiting for an apology, I'm sorry that I couldn't kill you. Loba.
Found. I see you.
Gentlemen, I see the briefcase is safe.
Safe and
Yeah,
sound.
it is. Tell me, did anyone happen to kill a red spy on the way here? No? Then we still have a problem.
Good guys, bad guys, morally ambiguous guys. Characters that question the role of other characters. An anti-hero isn't always a hero, but it's not exactly a villain. You might stumble across stories of a third character. This character might have ambitions outside of the two main characters. Maybe a mix of good or bad, or sometimes their deepest motivation could be something as simple as what their next meal will be. Case in point.
They never gave a campaign mode for a Pepe or Battle yet, I don't think so.
Shrek.
I've never played
It's
those.
pretty self-explanatory. What do you get when you drop a semi-charismatic ogre into the story of the prince saving the princess, locked away in a tower? More of Mike Myers being let off his leash. To even the creator's surprise, everyone seems to root for Shrek, despite him not being traditionally pure or righteous or handsome or kind, or what he brought to the table instead were both a sense of humor and a grounded perspective, two very important things. He's really one of the few characters in all the movies that questions the magic, the motives, and the calls to action in the fairy tale world.
Parfaits are delicious.
No! You dense, irritating miniature beast of burden!
I mean, like any of us, he tries to shake his own calls to adventure out of laziness and a resistance to change, only to take it on begrudgingly when he has to. I'd put Shrek in his own category of just an average flawed dude. If you look at other examples, you start reaching the, dang, I wouldn't call murder morally dubious. I mean, that's still an anti-hero in some sense, but not quite on the hero side anymore. A good villainous anti-hero almost convinces you they're the hero while you experience the story, only for you to realize that they aren't when it's too late. At that point of realization, you almost continue to watch just to see what's going to happen to them. On the opposite end, you could be following the trail of a villain for some time, only to realize that they truly were a victim of circumstance, doing what they could with what they had. Not innocent, but not completely guilty. When we're talking about anti-heroes in video games, we're also talking about that in a literal sense. Anti-heroes, anti-abilities, anti-alts. Just a good old-fashioned shut up to the other team. More and more heroes are added, and it gets real annoying real quick. Insufferable was the word I used. These heroes are very hard to tolerate listening to. Hardly even bearable if you plan on playing the game frequently. It all happened at once with Marvel Rivals at launch. It's actually embarrassing hearing the game on its own, and the parodies of the dialogue capture it perfectly.
Whoa, I slipped on a banana peel. I'm ready to put on a show.
Now I'm having fun, kitten.
I am Groot.
I'm the amazing Spider-Man.
Ouch, that hurt.
Judge, jury, executioner.
That's about as Disney as it gets. Most heroes and hero shooters cram so much personality in their characters that it's suffocating. It's funny what you get when you write a story with that many protagonists. It doesn't even matter the medium. The reader, the viewer, the player, they all get burnt out so quick. I just feel like the cast of heroes are always so overly positive and self-assured of themselves.
Didn't like it. Why not? Couldn't get into it.
Explain yourself. Oh, Lois, what do you think of
it? Insists upon itself, Lois.
What do you think of it so
insists
far?
Upon itself.
Has a valid point to make. It's insistent.
There's been no remedy to literally everyone being special all the time. And you know what they say?
Everyone's special, Dash.
Which is another way of saying no one is.
So then, maybe at launch, maybe in Season 23, we typically get some rogue agents, some villains with big question marks, maybe some free thinkers. Whatever it is, they add some spice to the lore, hopefully for the gameplay too. Today we'll be looking at this loose definition of anti-heroes in some of the major hero shooters. And just a quick little precursor, this discussion requires a basic understanding of the story of each game, otherwise known as
the lore, guys, the lore! The
I don't know how to color this one part.
Ring the lore alarms, the lore!
Problem. One look at my channel should tell you I'm a bit of a COD sleazeball, which in our game, sometimes we get lore, other times we get Seth Rogen. So in the event that I get something wrong, please correct me in the comments and I'll pin it. You can even be mean if you want, it's actually okay. It actually might be nice to get it all out of your system, because heaven forbid I misgender an octopus.
This little rat is guilty!
Or mix up brainwashing with propaganda. Yeah, take a propaganda at these nuts! I'm sorry, Splatoon fans, you know you're all my favorites. With that aside, Overwatch. At the time of writing, Overwatch has 43 boys, girls, robots, a
signature
lesbian couple, a rat, and a hog.
At least I'm not a hog.
At least I'm not a rat.
I wish it was as simple as saying the good guys belong to Overwatch, the good guy organization, and the bad guys belong to evil Overwatch, aka Talon. But, like most things in my life, my curiosity led to a long-winded forum that was about 80% right answers. There's a reason I frequent laptop subreddits, and it's not because this thing works great all the time. From what I can gather, most of the heroes are pretty easily identified as good or evil. Here's who I'd say is clearly good, and here's who I'd say is clearly evil. Now, surprise, surprise, there's not 43 characters in one column or the other. I've left out a couple candidates for
Jungle
the
Queen is
anti-hero
not
role.
evil. What
I
the
took
fuck?
a break from Overwatch,
Sorry,
and so
I
I'll
got
be
so
doing
upset
some
I
light
messed up
research
my
on the newer
entire
editions.
screen.
Father, when can I leave to be on my own? I've got the whole world to see.
Heartbreaker Val is just like me. Fun. Ash is evil? Ashes? Well, she's a part of a gang and they steal stuff. So I guess she's evil. But she's not like evil. She's just
Freyja seems to be a likable, stoic bounty hunter.
I don't think she did anything good.
Hazard, on the other hand, is
Rhea,
supposed
she
to be
kills
building a
Omni.
reputation in
Okay,
the
fine.
criminal underworld.
No, wait, but
he's got a
Bob.
morally virtuous
But she has
attitude towards his
Bob.
crew in his intro animation. So he's got some good
She's got
bone
Bob,
structure,
though.
despite his ill-gotten gains and criminal background. Now, the reason that I bring up this despite his evil affiliations is that he seemingly has a much bigger heart compared to another character that takes on nearly the same occupation, that being Ash. She's a total brat. She's mean to her childhood companion and caretaker and shows disdain for just about everyone. Now, Blizzard released a follow-up animation afterwards to make her posse seem a bit more friendly, using the term family a lot, but that mostly emphasizes her implied parentless upbringing.
So, if you want to be part of my family, I do have one little rule. It's my way. Or
It's my way. Or
Adding insult to injury, how could you not like Hazard's accent?
I'm always on my worst behaviour. What a mess. Away you go.
Away
You're
you
having a
go.
swatch at me.
It's like one of the thickest Scottish accents I think I've ever heard in a video game. Junkrat.
Brothers! I thought you went to sleep.
Junkrat went mad after an Australian
Oh,
Chernobyl
thank
microwaved
you.
his brain with a touch of
Oh,
madness.
screaming
Now he's
woman.
kind of like the weird kid
not
that
me,
people
right?
don't exactly hate, but
Thank
apparently it's just
you.
fine if Overwatch is
Welcome
mean to him.
back for 42 months. Welcome back to the family. Thank
Are
you.
you people always this loud?
Don't lump us in with him. He's not with us.
He's not with us.
he's, not with us.
Roadhog similarly is from the radiated region. He saw his homeland destroyed and even worse had a hand in its deterioration. He was a part of a resistance group planned to sabotage some big power core that led to the Australian Chernobyl, and that changed him over time into a ruthless killer. However, problem. Despite his gritty background on paper, I don't know if it was the devs or the cosmetics team, but they have painted Roadhog to be a chill guy.
He is a chill guy. He likes to farm. He's nice.
Sometimes he's Roadhog. But sometimes
He's
I feel like I can just
He's
call
just
him Robert.
hogging out. Oh, I see.
Sigma,
Sigma, my beloved. What is this?
Sigma went nuts after experiencing a literal black hole, followed up by evil Overwatch stealing him from his psych ward and building him back into a floating tape. Sometimes disassociating, sometimes coming to terms with the immense power of the universe, as if it cries out to him in an orchestra of magnitude.
It sings for me!
The universe, it's singing to me.
Despite being on
That was
Team
me
Evil,
every.
he's a
That
real
was me
sweetie.
yesterday.
Same with Roadhog.
Well, for the last like 3 days, because I've been playing a lot of Sigma.
You get into plenty.
The universe.
And of course, every hero has their own special stories.
I have been called. I must answer.
Some are actually really well written.
Look at me. I am totally protected by the fox spirit.
Some are actually really not well written. Overall, lots of missing limbs, eye patches, and gritty one-liners. But in my humble opinion, going off of the lore, the kit, the dialogue options, it's pretty clear who the anti-hero is.
But all I have ever wanted is a better life for my people. The fact that we exist is a miracle unto itself.
However, I'm mostly
I
wrong
love
on this. Ramatra fits the description of an anti-villain, much more than an anti-hero. To keep it simple, instead of being the bad guy on the good team, he's more of the good guy on the bad team. When Ramatra came out, it was a breath of fresh air. He's not a simple villain, nor is he an implied perfect soul. The voice line people associate the most with him is his ultimate voice line.
Suffer as I have.
Which it's kind of raw and out of place, considering the long line of Disney Channel original movie dialogue options. See, Ramatra is not a part of good Overwatch or evil Talon. He's actually part of a secret third option, a self-created resistance movement. The heroes don't like him, and the villains on Talon don't necessarily associate with him either. Ramatra is an Omnic, a robot created by humans originally designed to fulfill tasks. Then these robots became sentient due to an AI getting freaky. The robots rebelled. They had a 2-year war which ended in kind of peace. Ramatra, being a Ravager model of Omnic, basically a fighter, was hunted for some time due to robo-racism. Afraid and confused, he went to a robot monastery where he studied the power within, aka the Iris. There he became a close brother with the healer character Zenyatta. After being convinced of a future where humans and Omnics should live together in harmony, he began to visit the local village to advocate for that future. Then the humans from the village almost killed him and Zenyatta. So then he came to the conclusion that the monastery's patient waiting for humans to be accepting would lead to extinction, given that in one of Ramatra's speeches, he drops the line,
Our race is only a single generation. Finite. And dying all too quickly.
It's implied that they can't reproduce. There will be no more Omnics that have been given this free will. So these Omnics will live.
I will
and then
reproduce with Ramatra.
That's it.
Right on that Sigma grinds it. You think
It's a harsh
Sigma
reality,
yells it
and it's
singing to
interesting
me
writing.
when
Putting yourself in
he's in the
Ramatra's
hole.
position, the world that created you to be a tool is suddenly
Welcome back.
unaccepting
Hello,
of your
Shady,
kind and
welcome.
slowly kills
Welcome
you off
back,
with
Anonymous.
little repercussions. And so he
Hello.
essentially starts his own insurrection organization called Null Sector to create the better future that he envisions
Oh yeah,
for his
there's
people.
a little blush. Gotta have a
There
little
is a
blush.
new sadness in you, brother. No. I've simply grown tired of pretending I am content. Perhaps I can share your burden. You already do.
Such a sad voice line.
Up at night, counting stars?
Yes. We wondered how many other Omnics were doing the same.
Yes, well, I've learned that too few of them look up at all.
Their lines are so emotional.
Plus, they gave him dreads. They gave a robot dreads.
Ladies, I'm trying to do my work today. Leave me alone, type shift.
And just taking a step back, I did some more research on Ramatra in Null's Sector and totally forgot that he's the main antagonist for a majority of the story. Whoops. So yeah, absolutely not an anti-hero, if anything, an anti-villain. But do you remember what I said at the beginning about being an anti-hero? I don't know what it is with Ramatra, but his kit, it's exactly what I would call that. With 43 characters, obviously his stylings, abilities, and affiliations can be similar to other heroes. But there's just something cathartic about beaming people with a staff, tossing out area denial grenades, not to mention his ult, creating a suffocating aura that drains the health of those around you while pummeling them into the ground, with serious voice lines. You can feel that powerful with other characters in this game, but there's something about Ramatra, fundamentally, that's different from almost every other character. He's not full of himself. There's something just a bit more raw and empty to his design that makes him stand out. He doesn't wear flashy clothes or have some big doofy special boy gun like half the other heroes. He's got a staff and a robe. Probably the closest thing most Overwatch players find to Christ.
Oh no. Leave me alone!
He spent his entire life being humbled, and so now that he has power, he actively humbles those who call themselves heroes, almost making them take their career, their lives, more seriously.
You are an R7000 unit. The ones humans call,
Ravagers, yes. Squad killers!
Does it trouble you, being so feared and hated?
Once. Now, it gives me a warm little feeling inside.
Ramatra.
Hey Gecko, you ever think about teaching Wingman
Thank
to
you,
use a gun?
Coconut. Yeah, I'm copying this. Paddle-doo.
I figured I'd keep moving with games that I've played, and Valorant is up next. Valorant is strange to me because after nearly a decade with Overwatch and giving Marvel Rivals a fair shot, the heroes in this game feel toned back, mature, and a bit more realistic. Instead of each person answering the call of duty with honor, most of them are just in street clothes, with much less drama in their voices and dialogue. They're not heroes and they're not operators, they're just people. Spending 2 hours on Twitch and playing since day one, I remember the OG cast, plus Reyna and Killjoy. After that, I took a little hiatus until some friends got back into the game, and
Who are you people?
so we got a few new additions. At the time of writing, Valorant has 28 boys, girls, robots, a lesbian couple, and Frank Ocean's home of imaginary friends. Luckily, Riot's gotten very good at creating quality animations and storylines for their infuriatingly competitive games. From what I can gather, all the playable operators have been recruited to be on the good guys team, with the conflicts and matches taking place against identical doppelgangers of a mysterious origin, with the current theory being that they all come from different realities, all centered around a company called Kingdom and an element called Radianite. So even with characters that are a bit edgy or evil sounding, they're actually all good in some sense. So then Valorant almost takes a page out of TF2's book.
I will lay
teams that are canon to the lore. The story also isn't completely centered around every special person's backstory, motives, and emotions. Instead, different plots happen, and the characters just organically react, either alone or with each other. It feels much more like a TV show's cast. and it's equally refreshing seeing the
Should
cosmetic
it also
options
be
in
in
the
the
game.
Padoru style? I don't know if I can do it that well, but I can try.
Well, not the price, but rather at the
Actually, I have
time
an
of writing,
idea.
there are no operator skins. That's almost unheard of. Only weapon skins, and that's good for plenty
I
of
have an
reasons.
idea. I'm
You
going
know
to
who's who. There's no
copy
over-the-top
this.
perverted skins. There's no awkward show or anime tie-ins.
Then I'm gonna
Valorant is
paste it
Valorant.
here.
It also helps with immersion and building appreciation of the characters in the player's mind. There's awkward voice acting in this game, sure, but in addition, there's casual dialogue and shorter voice lines that are easier on the ears. The people say normal things.
Remember, stay out of the fire. Super high level tactic. Remember that, yeah?
Cypher, I am not kidding. If you take my picture, I will fry that thing.
Okay, I put together some data on our last 6 combat missions. Did you read it? Did anyone read it? Oh god, can anyone here read?
Not to get further off track, we've got a few solid candidates for anti-heroes. Omen was embarrassingly similar to Reaper, a science experiment gone wrong, later working with the same scientists that had a part in their accident. Likewise, Omen could teleport as a frequent ability and took on a raspy, shadowy presence. That is a lot in common. Just taking a step back, Riot was lucky that they swapped the palettes. Reaper is super jaded for some reason. He's a villain's villain for sure, but Omen is a little different. You'd assume he's evil just by looking at him, but with fresh eyes, he looks more hollow and desolate. That same narrative comparison is pushed farther just looking at the two's weapon choice. Omen has a personally customized suppressed pistol and utilizes an outlaw and a vandal in his cinematic debut, while Reaper
What am I
has
doing now? I'm
dual-wield
drawing a
shotguns.
second character. I think I'll do
what's
it
up, y'all?
also in the
Slow
same
Stank. I'm gonna
style.
walk y'all through on how to
I'm just
create the glitch
erasing
reclaimers real quick on PS5.
some of these lines so that I can reuse the line art for the
What you're gonna
eyes
do
and
is you're gonna
Furthermore, where Reaper sees his condition as a tool first, Omen, despite being clearly shaken up by his accident, don't get me wrong, seeks solace and is protective of his teammates. He does what he can, and instead of seeking revenge, he seeks answers. With these two being so similar, it's like they were both at the same crossroad, yet chose different paths. Same goes with Viper, who shares a slightly similar story with Moira. Both very intense scientists, however, where Moira lost all humanity and moral ethics, Viper has been portrayed as extremely refined and calculated. Reyna, I thought, was just straight up evil. She seems to enjoy killing way more than anyone else in the squad, I'll give her that, but we do see her in real moments, like in Gecko's introduction, where she takes on the role of a mentor. And not to give less attention to other similar characters, but Vise, Harbor, ISO, and Fade also take on an intimidating personality at first, but through small bits of art and lore here and there, the team bonding evens them out with the rest of the cast. Of course, the most anti-hero of the heroes is KO.
Activating kill mode. That's a joke. Kill mode is default.
A robot built from a future timeline that was designed to kill some of the more magical heroes, called Radiants. There are two types of specialists. Some are Radiant, which means that they're magical. Others use Radiant equipment, which use some of the Radiantite stuff. It's a whole thing. KO is actually who I main for the most part, because he's simple and funny.
I bet you never seen a can opener do that.
I mean, how could you hate him? He's got jokes.
Go back to fighting bots.
He talks like a gym teacher.
You want a piece of this? Come get some.
And he's built like prime Brian Urlacher.
And today, that was certainly true. Breeze drops.
Spike down,
and
mid.
Urlacher unloads on the rookie Colston.
His whole kit centers around the anti-hero shtick. Area denial, blinding enemies, and suppressing abilities. That's a key one. There are other characters that can trigger that effect, but his ult makes him a walking EMP. It's pretty rad.
The ones I'm drawing right now are for Donald Dollar work. I don't usually draw, so I'm not sure if I'll take requests, but maybe next time, once in a blue moon, I do another drawing stream.
So, a little context.
Mayhaps.
This script was written 2 months ago, recorded and nearly finished 2 weeks ago. I'm talking 30 minutes of video done with about 10 minutes left to go. Then Microsoft and their terrible, no good, very bad semi-operating system had its on by default BitLocker throw up on itself, and I lost a very, very substantial portion of my time. And while I'd love to go into details of all the malicious, brain-dead decisions Microsoft has made over the past, I don't know, since I was born years, I thought nothing good would come from me losing all my data. But alas, there was. Had I missed Vito, a remarkably innovative character in the hero shooter space? I would have felt like this video was dated less than a month after I uploaded. Valorant's newest character Vito is by all means just as, if not more anti-hero than KO. Instead of suppressing, he has a trophy system that takes out nearly every object. But to make it more magical, instead of a large military device on a tripod, it's an orb that does a special thing. How original. Vito also gets a gloop teleport and a gloop trap to make him a sentinel, and most likely to contrast from KO. The ultimate is the star of the show. While KO gets an area of effect EMP and a revive system, Vito becomes unaffected by nearly anything you throw at him, not getting rid of the abilities, but instead sort of wasting them. Flashes, stuns, utility damage, he shrugs it off. It reminds me of that supple Chinese... It reminds me of that supple little Chinese boy's ult. No distract, just a good old-fashioned gunfight. If you get a feel for recent player sentiment, things like high pick rates, developer favoritism, and brutally maximized strategy videos lead to an unrivaled reliance on utility to do the work for you. If you don't believe me, look at the most recent patch on this very game. Nerfs to nearly every character across the board. Utility adds spice to gameplay, but when it becomes overpowered or worse, a nearly unbeatable crutch, what's the point of gunplay? Whether you're a decent person in society or a Yoru main, I'm no esports Jerry, don't take my opinion that seriously.
Vash really wants Brian, but he cannot get her. Cannot get her.
Apex Ba-freaking Legends. Another hero shooter, another almost decade of lore that I need to catch up on. At the time of writing, Apex Legends has 27 boys, girls, robots, a signature lesbian couple, and that one guy from TikTok.
Today's message. A wise man.
Mozambique. We'll start where every Apex player starts. Appreciating Titanfall 2 more. In the Titanfall 2 campaign, we get this little moment in a cutscene. This guy leads a group of mercs called Apex Predators. His name is Blisk, say hi Blisk, and he offers our playable special boy, Jack Cooper, to join him in whatever it is he does. He says no, campaign ends, war over. But hold on.
They're saying in my ear that I need to move on. We're not moving on! Okay. We're gonna talk about
Rifleman Jack Cooper.
some more! Okay. That's our baby boy!
Jack Cooper was a part of this militia fighting against a mega corporation, and eventually became the hero of the story by stopping a super weapon. After that, the Apex Games came around as a way for the warlords in the area to compete for resources. It's televised, I guess. So if you're keeping track, 3 years and 30 in-game years later, EA makes a Borderlands game where instead of it being an open-world looter-shooter, it's a battle royale with half-baked character arcs. I feel like nobody knows what's going on, and since it's pretty competitive, the people who actually play the game don't really seem to care. Of course, I'm sure EA would have a better time writing their own story if they didn't lay off one of their writers 24 hours before debuting the character they created.
Challenge everything.
After well over 100 videos, the lore is both scattered and isolated, I feel. Some stories start and begin in 1 or 2 videos, and some oftentimes take years to conclude. The most significant story beat seems to be Loba having it out for her parents' killer, Revenant, who is forced to participate in the killing games by his hired hand and creator. Like, I feel Loba is so unrealistically mad about the whole thing. I get it, your parents died, whatever, but she actively sabotages and manipulates teammates and lovers just so she can get revenge on someone completely outside of her life.
City's burning. People are dying left and right. And his kids are all wah! And I can't even. Oh, and I'm dying laughing, right? Anyway, I don't know. Maybe you had to be there. The moral is you're a total bitch.
They put her next to who I thought were some of the more overbearing characters, and they all ended up being a compassionate voice of reason. Despite Maggie's overly aggressive behavior, Lifeline's poor taste in men, and Valkyrie's daddy issues, they each try their best to help Loba's lifelong dream of making this dude named Caleb suffer for eternity. And here's the thing, Revenant is already suffering, but Loba still wants to do something about it. Caleb Cross was an assassin, then he died. Then he got Darth Vader Walt Disney'd into controlling a robot assassin body, with no clue he was a robot, or that he even died. After 300 years of being a free-use assassin, On the same mission he was sent on to kill Loba's parents, he damaged his mind suppression module, or whatever they call it. So the first thing that happens to Revenant after he mindlessly assassinates Loba's mother and father, literally another day at work, was that he was hit with 300 years of pain and death. All let loose on his consciousness, all let loose on his half-decaying brain. Of course, being an assassin doesn't make him sinless in this situation. That was the profession that he followed, but still. See, Revenant hates everyone and everything. He has no allies and brutally takes down everyone he comes across. He's accepted that he's been built into an ultimate killing machine, so he's simply acting like one. You could say he's anti-hero, but it's more of like he's anti-everything. He's a villain's villain. Reaper was only made to be so evil. Revenant is a glimpse into how much worse it could have gotten. Lots of neck snapping in the cinematics. Almost every other character is reasonably good from what I can tell. Again, each character gets a cinematic, and that's all we really have to go off, besides the ones they like to focus on. Apex, as opposed to traditional heroes, also uses the Borderlands logic, where the default position is selfish gain or survival, not what's best for humanity. Almost every legend that's been added has a twinge of that in them. Remember, they hardly go on missions. They're in a winner-takes-all competition. There's very selfish characters, very against the system characters, and characters trying to save or protect or avenge someone dear to them. What they lack in character development, they make up for in motive. Everyone has a motive in Apex Legends. Like my favorite character ever created in an EA game.
I need what's inside you. Friendship? What? No, just you and me, friend. You're not my friend. Just show me the data you—
Pathfinder, who's been searching for his creators, brings something to the modern competitive landscape that no other player could even fathom today. A positive attitude. I kid you not, I play Pathfinder solely for the voice lines and personality. He's absolutely written to be over-the-top positive. I don't find that annoying. I find it charming and different, especially in how the other characters have been written. See, we're getting to this point where everyone seems to hate everyone in competitive games. We blame each other all the time, but we know deep down that's just a reaction to stimuli, to small events and actions that occur in our little game that we'll forget about in a day or two. Not to lecture you all in a video, I'm mostly preaching to myself here, but with Apex being one of the worst games to casually play, it's important to remember that dogging on your teammates, or your friends even, is going to affect your relationships and social skills. If you've ever watched any amount of esports, the calm and collected nature of each player is what separates the amateur from the pro. You can't win every match, or every gunfight, so compete to the best of your ability, take your losses, and make sure to claim your free tiers in the battle pass. Pathfinder is the anti-hero in Apex Legends because he goes against everything the average competitive player does.
I just drew this one.
He just wants to work together, and he just wants to help.
I'm gonna draw this one, but as like
Apex has 2 extra
like a
characters,
reindeer,
but
I think.
Ladies.
Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege, a tactical shooter that has operators as opposed to heroes, with
oh so special powers. I'll give them heroics. I'll give them the most spectacular heroics anyone's ever seen.
Hair tie.
At the time of writing, Rainbow Six Siege has 75 boys, girls, robots, a
signature
lesbian couple, and I'm sorry, 75? Rule number 1 of Siege is do not ever, for any reason, under any circumstances,
for any reason, ever, no matter what, ever,
make a claim that an operator is the best at anything. Otherwise, you're looking for an argument from a UB neckbeard. Actually, it's critical to the story that you read up on Cavier's lore in the Ghost Recon games. Her love interests drive the lore in such a way as to undermine the gaming landscape. Chanka. Otherwise, Deimos is an obvious pick for a well-written anti-hero, an evildoer on the side of good for now. He's got a Reaper personality and a skull mask, although he doesn't have superpowers. What he does have is a sick 44 Magnum and a fondness for cowboys. He also makes it a point to kill operators he has tracked with said Magnum, revealing their location to him while revealing his location to them, so he can create miniature 1v1 duels on a regular basis. I think I like this guy. Also, he's a villain from previous games. That's pretty neat. Ubisoft should bring back their old franchise characters more often. I need a new Purple Thing game like yesterday.
Il est prêt.
The overall lore of Siege goes something like, top secret world mission to take down the terrorists. Back to the top secret world mission to take down the terrorists. I don't know. I watched this video specifically, and that's what I'm going off of. I started looking at the character intro things, but it's essentially them just standing in front of a camera looking all smug while they demo their equipment, like the Shambler guy. Sometimes they say something pithy, and then we pretend to tolerate it, which actually makes Sentry the only real hero in Siege, because he's the only one of 75 operators saluting at attention instead of this kindergarten roster. Team Fortress 2 is arguably the best hero shooter to date because it never tries to do too much. It doesn't sell its soul in the name of pleasing shareholders. It doesn't cater to big content creators instead of players, and its in-game cosmetics economy isn't based around the wants and needs of a Cocomelon child. I think I've watched every SFM animation 5 times each, and I've read up on the story that takes itself as seriously as it needs to, which is perfect. At the time of writing, Team Fortress 2 has, wait, just 9 playable characters? And there's no implied women, no playable robots, no lesbian couple? We'll have to talk to Gaben about this one.
No lesbian couple?
Nobody plays this. This game will never last. This game needs a battle royale mode to last.
Team Fortress 2 has been around since 2007, when I had just turned 6 years old. Yet it still manages to have tens of thousands of players today, with reviews absolutely glowing on Steam. Despite the large infestation of bots, despite the extremely slow push out of updates, and despite its age, after over 1 million Steam reviews, it's about 90% positive. Contrast that with Apex Legends' 66%, or Overwatch's, dear God, with just 9 characters. I see absolutely no need to go over each character's backstory, motivations, love interests, or whatever. You want to know why? Valve did that perfectly to a T in their Meet the Cast videos. They're creative, well scripted, and a product of the time. What Team Fortress 2 did was inexplicably important to the creatives in that community. It was a game first. No shareholders, no forced DEI, and no intellectual property hot potato. Like many of Valve's games, they were created to be good games first. And if it pays, it pays. Now, they're still a company, of course. They won't make something that's not financially viable. No business should. But Valve doesn't financially max out everything they do. They toss their old games up for pennies while other brands can't fathom bringing similarly aged titles below $20. Of course, Valve lucked out and created the most successful gaming platform, I'd say, in existence. But that's no accident either. Turns out, when you don't try and harvest every last dollar from the average consumer, they'll be happy to continue doing business with you, sometimes even recommending and defending your name in an age and culture of corporate distrust. And I know that's a lot of glazing on my part for a game I've hardly played. It's just a game. But that's exactly it. It's just a game. It's not a shareholder's golden egg. It's an 18-year-old free-to-play shooter from the late 2000s. It's nothing like the hero shooters today, yet it's easy to see how it laid the groundwork.
Connection terminated. I'm sorry to interrupt you, commenter, if you even still remember the point you were making, but I'm afraid you've been misinformed. You are not here to be told a character analysis, nor have you been called here to watch the video essay you assume, although you have indeed been called. You have all been called here, into a labyrinth of skins and seasons, multiplied XP and mastercrafts, a currency with no value, a battle pass with no prize. You don't even realize you are trapped. Your lust for gameplay loops and dopamine has driven you in endless circles, chasing the cries of progression in some unplayed match, always seeming so near, yet somehow out of reach.
A little reindeer tail.
None of you will. This is where your addiction ends. And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow founded this genre listing not intended for
reindeer tail.
Although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a
Candle
feeling
inside
that
the
you are
head?
right where you
Rays
want
of
to be.
light come out of the
The new
eyes?
additions will
A
not be
valve?
remembered, and the memory of everything that started this
Like one of those
can
little
finally
lamps.
begin to fade away, as the
Little
agony
lamp.
of every half-baked storyline should. And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still and give up your players. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace, and perhaps more waiting for you
Oh,
after well-thought-out updates. Although for one of you,
Excuse
the darkest pit of hell
me.
is open to swallow you whole. So don't keep the
Alright, did I
shareholders
make any
waiting, old
mistakes?
friend.
Did I forget
Team Fortress
anything?
2, I knew you would return as well. It's in your nature to show up again and recently played. I'm sorry that on that day, the day that you were shut out and left to die, no one was there to lift you up in their arms. And then, what became of you?
What am I watching?
I should have known you wouldn't be content to be infested with bots.
Team Fortress 2.
They couldn't save
Oh,
you.
Marvel Rivals has a hero design problem. Okay, let's watch this one.
I am ready to put on a show. Disappear! Disappear! I am ready to put on a show. We are undefeatable. Undefeatable. Us against the world. Disappear! Us against the world. Disappear! Undefeatable. We are undefeatable.
Marvel Rivals, everyone's new favorite game to hate. Let me preface that I don't hate Rivals. I've been playing it since it came out and I have no plans to stop. But the more I've played, the more I've noticed small issues with its hero design that have slowly been rippling into larger problems with Rivals' overall game design. At the time of writing this video, it's the very beginning of Season 3. So some of the things I say may or may not be outdated, as I don't expect this video to be finished before Season 3.5 is out. Many Rivals players are also Overwatch players, but comparing Rivals to Overwatch has been done to death already, and I was never much of an Overwatch player.
Monsieur, does this mean Overwatch is back?
Winton.
No. So for the sake of this video, I'll be comparing Rivals to the game that got me into hero shooters, Paladins.
Paladins!
Now Paladins is also far from perfect. It has a lot of its own issues, to say the least. Anyone even remotely familiar with this game knows that it's not exactly up to modern, or even old quality standards for that matter. Frankly, I'm amazed it lasted as long as it did before they pulled it off life support. That said, when it comes to a strictly hero design standpoint, I firmly believe that Paladins is, with a few exceptions, far better than Rivals. If there's anything in this video that everybody will probably agree on, it's that support ults are terrible. It's become a meme in the community about how half of the Rivals support ults are all just a big circle of invincibility with very little counterplay. But my concern isn't just that these ults are too strong or even boring. It's that every single strategist ult heals your team, or at the very least is capable of directly keeping them alive, with Jeff being the only real exception, even though he does technically heal. The problem with this is that it hurts the identity of each strategist. Of the 13 supports in Paladins, only 4 do significant healing with their ultimates, with 7 doing no healing at all. In Paladins, the purpose of a support ult isn't to keep your team alive, it's to set up your team for success. Exhibit A is Furia, whose ult gives her entire team 30% increased damage and movement speed. Or Maldamba, who throws a bomb that causes enemies to run away in fear. The point I'm trying to make is that these ults provide value outside of raw healing output. Their purpose is to give their team an opportunity to either get eliminations or to get out of danger, rather than just doing it for them. These ults have potential for massive team plays, but it's also easy to whiff most of them. Maybe your team doesn't attack with you when you pop Furia's ult. Maybe you just miss with your Damba Bomb. There's a level of risk and reward that just isn't there in Rivals. At most you might get hit by a Magneto or Iron Man counter ult, but that's about it. The majority of the Rivals roster can't do anything but just wait until they're allowed to do something again. It isn't fun to play, and it especially isn't fun to play against. Something else that just kinda irks me about how ults work in this game is how inconsistent their windups are. Some characters have long windups and others fire instantly, and it feels
really
almost
big.
random
She's
between
a
heroes.
big woman.
Obviously, team wiping abilities like Wanda
That
or
is a
Iron
good
Man
thing.
are going to have long windups.
She's even
So
bigger
then
than
why
Emma,
does
like
Hawkeye
significantly
have almost the
larger.
same time as Iron Man? Why does Groot fire instantly? Why does Spider-Man fire instantly? Why does Hulk have a long windup despite arguably having the worst ult since launch? Sure, it's a negligible issue, but it still just doesn't make any sense. As a Paladins player going into Rivals, something I had to get used to was counterpicking. In Paladins, you lock your hero at the start, and that's who you've got until the game is over.
Nah.
I've seen people describe Rivals as a sort of dance of constant counterpicking. You need to understand what subclass each hero is and know how to play with your team's and the enemy team's compositions. If Rivals has dance design, then I'll say that Paladins has clash design. Since there's no swapping in Paladins, you need to make do with who you have, a large part of that being through the item shop and loadout systems. Even if a character on the enemy team counters you, it's still possible to get value or even outperform the person who's technically supposed to counter you, but only if you play your cards right. This system is much more reliant on player performance and strategy than it is in Rivals, where you can hard counter a hero simply by existing as another hero. I'm not going to say that one of these designs is objectively better than the other overall. They each have their own strengths and weaknesses, and much of it does come down to personal preference. But with each update, more and more of the weaknesses of Rivals design appear to me, and if NetEase doesn't course correct, then it will continue to get worse. As I was writing this section on design, I remembered an old video I saw years ago called an actual review of Overwatch and Paladins from Shammy. I went and rewatched it, and I realized that a lot of the things Shammy criticized Overwatch for all the way back in 2018 also apply to Rivals today. If you want the most detailed, go watch the original video, but for the purposes of my video, the most relevant point was about how each Overwatch hero is designed around a very specific and narrow purpose.
Every character feels as though they're designed to fulfill a single specific job, which is good in the sense that it keeps heroes from being redundant, and if nothing else, you have to hand it to Blizzard for being great businessmen. Assigning every character a specific role makes the game significantly easier to get into, because the second you pick a hero, it's hard not to understand what you're supposed to be doing. But the catch there is that what you're supposed to be doing is the only thing you can do. The kits given to Overwatch's heroes are generally pretty fun to play around with, but by streamlining them to this degree, Blizzard has carved out a distinct, correct way to play each of them, and I can't help but see that as a misunderstanding of what makes hero-based games interesting long-term. I love some of the playstyles they've carved out. Perfectly timing Zarya bubbles and face-tanking damage to keep your energy up so that you can melt enemies is incredibly fun and satisfying to pull off consistently, but when it's all you're doing in every game, it gets stale pretty quickly. Heroes in Overwatch are meant to be played as, not with. I don't have a playstyle with Zarya. Zarya has a playstyle. The only major benefits of streamlining to this degree is that it theoretically makes balancing easier, because you can directly nerf and buff a hero's single defining strength rather than dealing with the intricacies of an actual kit.
Dance design, as it's applied in Rivals, limits players' skill expression. Heroes are designed specifically to counter and to be countered. Notice I didn't say they're designed with strengths and weaknesses. The reason I say this is that sometimes Rivals feels less like a hero shooter and more like an obnoxiously long game of rock, paper, scissors. In any conversation about counters, eventually someone's gonna bring up Black Panther, and nobody's gonna agree on a single thing. My problem with Panther isn't that he's too strong or that he has too many counters. My problem with Panther is that his kit is just stupid. His kit is not designed in a way that allows for any creative or flexible usage. There's plenty of creative thinking that you can do with his mobility and positioning options, but that more or less goes for every hero. With each match, you'll see the same repetitive combos out of him over and over again, with very little variation. And don't get me wrong, I'm not blaming Panther players for doing this. They have to do this if they want to get value out of their character. It's just how he works, and that's the problem. To get a kill on a full health support, you almost always need to burn through every single one of his cooldowns at once. His kit might as well not even exist outside of his cooldowns. His passive is negligible at best, his primary earned him the name Tickle Monster, and his ultimate is effectively just a third spear. Panther is unique in that nobody can agree if he's overpowered or underpowered. Panther players say he does no damage and has way too many counters. Support players say he's way too fast to ever react to. But here's the thing. They're both correct. A good Panther is nearly impossible to track,
jokes always
but
get
the
me every
aforementioned thing can theoretically shut down Panther just by existing, like I said earlier. Panther has a lot of counters. Everyone should agree with this. But counters are not counterplay.
color's the pants
Unlike
scheme?
most other dive characters,
Maybe
Panther
the same color
requires
as
the
the
entire
others?
enemy team to play around him.
Yeah.
Tanks, DPS, supports, they all need to be actively paying attention to where he is at all times. The thing hard counters Panther on paper, but in order to actually do that, the thing needs to essentially babysit his supports, or else he can't get to them in time to save them, which means the thing is already losing value by not being on the front lines. In a perfect scenario with perfect teamwork, Panther is borderline unusable, but that just isn't the case 99% of the time. You can say skill issue all you want, but that's just ignoring the problem. A hero can't just be theoretically counterable, they need to be reasonably counterable. The difference between Panther and the other dive DPSs is that Panther is made to be countered before he attacks you. If he gets close enough to hit you, the fight might as well be over already. There's no outplaying someone with him. He either instantly kills you, or he doesn't. And either way, there's rarely counterplay involved from either side. A Panther is more likely to just miss his dash than the person being attacked is to land a stun on him. This sums up the biggest difference between dive DPS in Rivals and flanks and Paladins. Flanks have high burst damage, but it's low enough for the person being attacked to reasonably respond. If the person being attacked is skilled enough, they survive. If not, they die. It's about performance and not prediction. Now, that's not to say that prediction shouldn't be a factor when it comes to dive. It absolutely should be. It needs to be. But it shouldn't be the only factor. Prediction should give you an edge over the person attacking you. It should help you survive. It shouldn't be the singular reason you're able to survive. If you're out of position or you blew your survivability cooldowns too early, you should be punished for that. But neither of these things usually matter with BP, because if you didn't see him coming, then you're dead regardless. Again, I'm not here to argue that Black Panther needs a nerf, or even that he's unbalanced in either direction. He's both severely overpowered and underpowered on a case-by-case basis, which is why he never gets touched balance-wise. It's impossible to fairly balance him due to how his kit fundamentally functions. Without a major rework, it will continue just being a playground slap fight between Black Panther and support players. I recognize that swapping is an inherent part of dance design, but if the only way to realistically counter one hero is for multiple heroes on the opposing team to swap, then that hero is a problem. I've been ranting about Panther for a while now, but this problem isn't exclusive to him. It's just that he's the worst offender of what I'm talking about with dance design's issues.
Yay!
In Season 2.5, they added Ultron, yet another permanently flying character, making the total amount in Rivals 4. This is especially horrible as a tank main, because every tank in Rivals is either melee or has very short range. Magneto is the one and only tank that can reliably deal with flyers using his primary, and even then he's only meh at doing that. 2 tanks have been added since launch, and neither of them have good range. That's 2 wasted opportunities to fix this issue that NetEase chose not to take. Again, compare this to Paladins and the difference is night and day. It's not hard to have tank variety. They tried to somewhat remedy this by giving the Thing the ability to knock down flyers, but this is a band-aid solution that doesn't address the core issue. Permanently flying characters should not exist. They are a fundamentally bad idea, especially for a game like Rivals, where they need to make kits based around existing characters.
It's
many
fine,
of which
let them
couldn't really have a
fly.
ranged
I like
primary that
Brainstorm.
fits their character.
It's like the
My
only
solution
thing
is to
Rivals
rework
has that's
flyers
different
to
from
work more
Overwatch.
like Paladin's Drogos, or
They're gonna make,
Overwatch's Pharah.
like,
Make them a
the
kind of bouncy
flyers
jetpack
not
character. If not that,
flying,
then
then
give them
just-
some kind
just
of
go
fuel
fucking
so
play
they can only
Overwatch or
stay in
some
the air for a limited amount of time. Or
Don't
maybe
change
the
that.
higher
Rivals
they
is
go,
not
the
a
slower they
serious
move.
game.
Anything that stops them from perpetually being in the sky.
No.
Once again, if swapping is the one and only reasonable solution to dealing with a hero merely existing,
You
that
have to
hero is a
swap in
problem.
every game.
The reason I should have to swap is
Sometimes
because
you just
someone is
need to
playing a hero
swap.
who counters me, and I'm not good enough
Or you
to
can just
outperform
lose.
them
That's
due
fine.
to the
If you're
disadvantage.
okay with losing, then
I
just
shouldn't
lose.
have to swap because I have
Yes,
literally
you should
no other
have to
option.
swap. This guy is
Swapping
fucking
should be based on
stupid,
player
man.
performance, not hero
Downvote.
viability.
Watching another video.
What's up, everybody? This is Master and Gamer. Overwatch 2 Season 20
Stupid.
launched, and with it we got, of course, a brand
Stupid.
new Mythic skin. One which has, needless
Skill
to say,
issue.
not gone over terribly
Stupid
well
Paladins
with the
player.
Overwatch community.
What the is this piece of
And unfortunately, this is by no means anything new. Mythic skins have basically been on the decline for arguably the majority of Overwatch 2's life at this point. And while there's no accounting for taste, and everyone's going to have their personal preference even among various trash tier cosmetics, I personally consider Divine Desperado Cassidy to be the worst Mythic skin Blizzard has added yet. Yes, even worse than Orisa and Hanzo's skins, who for years at this point have been regarded as the worst of the worst. So in today's video, I want to talk about why I despise this new Mythic skin so much, as well as go over the overall state of Mythics at this point, because while Blizzard has shown that they are still capable of doing cool and interesting things with Mythics as a category of cosmetic, more often than not, it seems they choose not to do so because, well, I think we all know the reason. Money! So let's go ahead and take a look here at Divine Desperado Cassidy, and at first glance, it may seem like we have a number of customization options to work with here, which is always good. More customization is better, right? Well, you notice that immediately some of these customization options are literally just visual effects, something which isn't even actually new to the Cassidy Mythic skin. Literally, we saw this with Lifeweaver and Junkrat skins last season, and all this really is at this point is fake customization. I mean, arguably, sure, there are scenarios where you might just prefer to not have an ability effect because you think the skin looks better or worse without it. I think the Cyberfuel Junkrat skin is actually the best example of this because the visual skin effects change so much about the skin itself that arguably that is a legitimate customization option. But for other skins like Lifeweaver's and the Cassidy skin, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say that the little halo floating behind his head is not a particularly major feature that anyone would care too much one way or the other about turning on or off. In fact, in a lot of ways, you could probably even argue that this is a pay-to-lose skin if you have the visual effect turned on, because you're basically just spawning a massive target aimed directly at your head.
I don't
but
care.
Even then, going through the other
He's
customization
pretty.
options, it really comes down to only the hairstyle.
If
or
I can't
hat
win
edition,
with
if you're going
my
with level 1, when it comes to the
Mythic
actual
cat
model
skin, then I don't
customization
deserve
of
to
this
play him.
skin. Something which is pretty much par for the course. Most modern Mythics only have the one aspect
I'm a
that can
real
be
Cassidy
changed.
player.
For Junkrats, it
Not
was the
like one of you
Riptire,
fakes.
and for Lifeweaver, it was his back pedals. So again, overall, very minimal customization here. But the reason Divine Desperado feels like such a step down for me, even beneath the Lifeweaver and Junkrat skins, really comes down to the ability effects. All three of these skins have unique effects for them. Lifeweaver has all the fancy stuff with his pedal and the little flowers that grow when he walks. Junkrat has a ton of cool cyber hacker type effects that go off anytime there's an explosion, not to mention all the really cool and unique sound effects that come with his weapons in this. But for Cassidy, well, you do get a unique revolver sound, which is fine. And then you get the little holy blast icon when he uses his flashbang. And other than that, the only effect that I find actually worthwhile of making this a mythic per se is when he uses his ultimate. The Wild West spirit world he enters with the holy trinity of tumbleweeds is admittedly pretty cool. But even still, that's it. That is the extent of what this skin actually does with its ability effects. A pretty weak showcase, if you ask me. Now let's go back to something I mentioned earlier. There's no accounting for individual taste, and I can understand that. Already within just the first few days of Season 20, I've seen a number of Cassidy players running the new Mythic skin, and I imagine there are quite a few people who do enjoy the skin for one reason or another, and fair enough, more power to them. In terms of any tangible reasons for people to like this skin, the big one I've seen come up time and time again, and in fact, I think the only reason I've seen anyone vocalize in terms of why they like it is the fact that he's shirtless.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I'm not into that, and I'm not going to critique it, because fair enough. But it's not like this is his only shirtless skin. I mean, Lifeguard Cassidy has existed for years, and even still, while I see the appeal of this aspect of Cassidy, don't you think you deserve better?
No.
Imagine if the skin had
Make
the
him
shirtless
naked.
option, of course, because why wouldn't it? But then, what if there was more customization? What if there were more ways to tweak the model, more interesting effects? What I'm trying to point out here is that even though there are clearly people who like this skin for a valid reason, the skin itself could have and should have been so much better. What even is the theme of
They should have
Divine
given him
Desperado
an
Cassidy?
option to
Something
put on the
vaguely
shirt.
wholly inspired? The fact that one of his color and outfit combinations looks vaguely like a Christian interpretation of God is probably my favorite aspect of the skin just because of how ridiculous it is. And also I think is perhaps the angle Blizzard was trying to kind of go with this, but just just didn't want to fully commit too heavily to the idea of making a skin based off of real-world Christian theological themes and imagery, which is a little ironic when you think about how often they do that for Eastern religions, but that's probably a whole separate conversation to have. And either way boils down to the fact that this skin to me just feels like Blizzard maybe had a vague idea of what they wanted to do for Cassidy Mythic skin, but just did not commit to it. They didn't go hard enough with the holy angle in order to make it feel truly cool, unique, and interesting, and they didn't give us enough customization for the skin to feel interesting in its own right, independent of that theme. This is the exact reason why I think Cassidy's Mythic is even worse than Orisa's and Hanzo's, despite both of those Mythic skins having even fewer customization options. While there may be less customization in them, at least the theming and overall look of the skin itself feels more interesting and coherent. Hanzo's is a spooky, hellish Japanese ghost man, and Orisa's is a bizarre alien robo-bug type thing. Alright, maybe that's not the most coherent thing, but at least in concept, I find this way more interesting than the vague holy something or another that they gave for Cassidy. And the real tragic part about this, though, is that while the Cassidy Mythic skin is certainly a letdown for a lot of people, this very season, Blizzard has proven that they're still capable of doing interesting things with Mythics. Case in point, the Capsule Cannon Orisa Mythic weapon. This, to me, is the best Mythic weapon Blizzard has ever made. Now, again, no accounting for taste. I've seen a lot of people say they hate the design of this weapon, and fair enough. It's a very cutesy, very pastel pink girly sort of look, and I can easily understand why that does not appeal to a lot of people. Fair enough. But the reason I think this is the best Mythic weapon we've seen to date is because of the uniqueness and creativity of it as a weapon.
Mercy one
this
is
isn't just
really
some
nice.
generic, demonic, hellish, spiritual thing like the majority of Mythic weapons seem to be. Those are cool and awesome in their own right, but they aren't very novel or interesting, especially since they make up like 90% of all the Mythic weapons that exist in Overwatch. The Capsule Cannon weapon has a unique theme. Clearly, there is a creative element here, especially when it comes to the flourish, and the way you get these little squeaky toys popping out as that flourish, with there even being an ultra rare gold one that can periodically appear as well. The amount of creativity that went into this single weapon easily exceeds any other Mythic weapons we've seen thus far. And again, a lot of people aren't gonna like this skin because it just doesn't fit their tastes, but it's the fact that Blizzard is willing to do something goofy and creative and original like this for a Mythic weapon that shows me Blizzard still has the potential to do fun Mythic cosmetics that aren't just vague, low-effort spirit something or another's. And that includes you, Mythic Kiriko weapon. You may have sold me on the fidget kunai flourish, but don't think I don't despise how low-effort and uninspired you are overall. And if you need any further evidence of which Mythic this season was worth clamoring about, then look no further than Blizzard's own social media. They put out a special spotlight showcasing the new Orisa Mythic weapon and all its neat little features, whereas the Cassidy skin got nothing. Making it the first Mythic skin in Overwatch 2 history to not get its own dedicated social media post advertising the new skin. They just briefly showcased it in the trailer and mentioned it in the corresponding season blog post, and otherwise didn't utter a peep about it. It's almost as if Blizzard already knew just how poorly the skin was going to be received. And this brings us in this video now to the unfortunate core of the issue, which is that Blizzard clearly is trying to adapt Mythics, the biggest, shiniest, specialist cosmetics of the entire game, into filler content. Never ever again will we see the effort and amount of customization that went into the early Mythic skins, like Genji's, Kiriko's, Junker Queen's, Sigma's, when instead they can just put in a half-assed effort and inflate the amount of prisms people need to get in order to get all of these skins skins by releasing multiple mythics per season. First, they added the mythic weapons, making it so that you needed twice as many prisms to get all the mythics with every season that releases. And now, with 2 mythic skins releasing, one of them being held off for the mid-season, we're seeing that get tripled. And speaking of that 3rd mythic of the season, the images thus far of Doomfist's upcoming Magma Titan skin, at least as depicted here in his spray and name card, aren't making me terribly optimistic about this skin looking any better or being any more thematically interesting than what we've just seen for Cassidy. I'll hold off full judgment until we actually get a look of its in-game 3D model, but based on these little images here, I'm not enticed. So on that note, I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments down below. How do you feel about Divine Desperado Cassidy? Is it a skin you enjoy? Is it one that you've already picked up and have been actively using in your matches? Or is it one that you just aren't interested in for one reason or another? And in general, how do you feel about the future of mythic skins when it comes to Overwatch? As always, be sure to subscribe, hit up that bell icon, follow me on X, and join my Discord server to never miss out on any future Overwatch 2 news streams and other content.
I did it! I drew the second one for Violet. Yay! Okay. Drawing with the mouse is kind of hard. Okay, let me save this one. Oh my god, it froze. I thought it was going to crash. I was so scared for a second. Oh my goodness. Alright, I'm gonna crop these and then I'll send it to you. Alright. Got Dark Mario and QB to do. Can I do them? Will I survive? Will I survive? Ay, ay, ay. The greatest one trick of all time.
Over anything takes 10,000 hours.
Okay, wait. Let's see. Let me see. Alright. I have 2 more. I can do it, so I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Hello. I'm back. Alright, we got 2 more to draw. Bubbles was laying on the bath mat in the bathroom because there's a radiator pipe there and it's warm. And she was just laying on her back with her hands up like meow, you know? She's so cute. She's so cute. Alright, the next one I have to draw a Kyubi. Kyubi from Majika Madoka. Vash should sing the song he's currently editing. Do 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 do. Cheesing out, being adorable. Just being a little cutie pie. Okay, maybe we should watch like a science video. Bash! I spectated The Biggest Loser in Marvel Rivals. What is this?
After the last loss in my rank game, I'm gonna say something super.
Yeah, it is.
That is never a good way to start anything in the history of ever.
Get angry, I don't care, go to hell. Y'all wanna know what
Wait, what?
After the last loss in my rank game, I'm gonna say something super controversial.
That is never a good way to start anything in the history of ever.
Why did you spectate me?
Y'all wanna know what genuinely has made the gaming experience worse? More and more women coming onto the game.
Wait, they're serious.
There we go.
Wait, they're not. This isn't just like an edgy joke. This is.
Velvet, welcome. We're just chilling. Velvet, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, Azot. Hi, Red.
Oh.
Hi, Velvet. Oh.
Control V.
V. Yay! Thank you, Velvet. Mwah. Thank you. Thank you for shouting Velvet out. ZZZ. Yeah, I watched the Banyue video. He's very cool. He's just Zenyada Ramatra. Zenmatra. Hello. I'm just doodling. I have 2 more to draw. I drew this one. Oh, sorry, no, I drew this one. And I drew this one. Yay! Now I have to draw a QB. And we're watching a Flats video about a sexist person. Like, unironically. Unironically. What do grief seeds look like? Oh, like that? Are they supposed to be black or are they supposed to be colored? He's so hot, lying robot, my love. He is very hot. Yeah. Alright, let's continue this video.
Dead ass. The more women who play video games are making video games worse. They are making the experience worse. And here's why. Video games for the longest time was a primarily male dominant.
I feel like I don't even want to watch this. I don't want to give him attention. I'd be real with you, because like this is very clearly like you're trying to grift to a certain demographic to like get some type of attention.
That means that men are gonna act like men. They're gonna act like males because it's mainly been males. Just like
what kind of logic is that? The logic is, hang on, let's follow the logic. The logic is women shouldn't play video games because it used to be for men, and men can be men, and so they'll continue to be men.
What?
Are you fucking stupid?
If you go to a fucking sewing club, for example, that's a primarily female dominated industry. So the women are gonna talk amongst other women like they would talk with women. They're gonna act like women.
I bet if you went to a sewing club, they're not gonna tell you to get the fuck out because you have a penis. Are you fucking stupid? They're probably gonna be ecstatic that you wanna get into sewing. They'll be like, oh shit, really? Hell yeah, come join us. And they'd probably treat you with respect and probably teach you a ton. Because that's cool.
I actually never watched Magical Madoka.
Normally men don't want to get into it, so because it's looked at as like a quote, like in your words, almost a girly hobby.
I watched a little bit of it, but I was
that
like,
you're not buying into stereotypes, and you have actually a heart and a soul and a brain, and you don't have to follow the rest of the herd.
The
and you
art
can do what
style
you want to
put
do.
me off.
Women coming into gaming is ruining gaming because they're acting like women and they expect.
Alright, I'm gonna draw like a sketch.
Now,
This isn't even a good argument. This is horrible. You don't even have the heart and soul to be a grifter. You have to lean into that shit. This is like a 2 out of 10. If you're gonna grift and actually lean into it, so like say they're like worse at the games or something, or say like they're not as mechanically talented, like at least grift properly. This is a 2 out of 10. That's fucking blows. You can't even be a good grifter.
I just had a woman throw a game because me and
which, by the way, all of those things aren't actually true, but like at least like you know like you're getting into the shit at that point.
everyone else on the team was asking her, how did you die in your cloak and dagger ult? They didn't have any ult counters. We weren't flaming, we were just genuinely curious because there's
That's never happened in the history of ever.
We weren't flaming.
Like if you are mid-ranked game and someone asks you, how did you f this up, or how did this happen, and you're like, I don't know, like you're looking for a reason to flame them, just like throwing it out there. Let's not pretend. Like I've done it too. Like if I ask someone, hey, what happened there, I'm asking because like maybe there's a good reason. If you don't have one, then I can go to myself, oh wow, you fucking suck.
no way that she should have died. She took this as an attack, decided to go Adam Warlock, and then threw the game.
I don't believe you. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Probably also said
I think your worldview is so skewed that I kind of don't believe you.
I probably also said, I shouldn't have said this, but I don't care. I also said, well, I mean, of course, I forgot. That's my apologies. I forgot that I have to talk to you like you're a woman and talk to you like you're a child.
You think you have to talk to women like they're children?
What?
Do you genuinely believe that? Did you not like have a loving mother figure in your life? Do you not have women friends? Do you not? I mean, like, do you not have a strong
Has the
father
trip, thank you
figure?
for the follow.
My father taught me.
Welcome.
Like,
Highlights,
use respect
welcome.
for it. Even if you're talking
Thank
like
you.
old school, right? Like old school gentlemanly behavior. Like look down upon them. You treat them with respect, and that's even like old school, right? Like you talk like old living, like before you even say like women are just as good as men, and like a lot of it is just stuff that you kind of been put in a box for most of your life, right? Like in your upbringing and like by society and etc. Like there are many things that both can do, right? So insane. I feel like I shouldn't even justify it with an answer, but like that's just disgusting.
She proceeded to throw harder, whatever the hell that means. And now,
I would have too.
Again, agree or disagree if you want. Women don't know how to take accountability. Argue with the wall. I watch.
You're not taking accountability right now. You just try to say that you were just asking about the ult. Bullshit. I've done it.
Don't worry, guys. It's just a
If
sketch.
you ask somebody about an ult, you're typically like if something bad goes down, you're typically looking for a reason to flame them. Like I bet there's more to the story. I'm gonna be real with you. I would bet good money there's more to the story on this one. Wait for Quad to review his game. Quad reviews it. That's what the stitch is. Oh, I'm so in.
She died because she walked out of her ult. I watched it. It's clipped. But because we wanted to know how she died, and I guess she just took it as an attack, she threw the game. If
do like
women
a
are
little
gonna play
like
video
Cupid
games,
hand.
I'm not saying that they need to act like men, but they need to understand how men communicate. And if not, get the fuck back on Stardew Valley and Sims 4. I don't care.
A lot of I don't cares, not a whole lot of logic I've noticed out of this one. This is fucking stupid. This is genuinely, like, quite possibly the most, like, I don't say this lightly, and I really don't even like saying this in general. I feel like you got dropped on your head as a baby type of take. Like, good lord, what's wrong with you? How have you not had a single loving, like woman figure in your entire life to teach you that this is like completely wrong? All right, Quad, yo, rip this man apart. I need to know. I gotta see this.
That the more women.
By the way, I'm just gonna fucking say it real quick. Rivals already has a reputation for toxicity and a reputation for having a bad community. The last thing we fucking need is something like this. Like, honestly, just get the fuck out. Like, I don't say that lightly. Genuinely, just get the fuck out. I don't think we need any more of this type of stuff in our entire society, period. I don't care if it's Rivals, I don't care if it's gaming, I don't care whatever it is. We have enough fucking hate and bullshit in the world. Yeah, if you get in a fucking fight with somebody on the internet, that's one thing, right? I've done it too. Like Trust me, everyone knows. I've had bad moments, everyone has. But there's a difference, though, between you getting angry with some random person on the internet, like over a situation, or getting mad, or having a bad, like,
I am drawing donators
I bet most people here have probably flamed someone
3
either
months
publicly or
ago.
privately in a game before. And having
So I'm not
deep,
taking requests,
seated
but thank you very
hatred
much for asking.
for all women that they shouldn't feel included, because I'll be real with you right now, there's a very large percentage of women in gaming, and it's growing every year, and it's getting bigger
growing.
and bigger and
You should be
bigger.
scared.
And that's
You should be
amazing.
afraid.
And you
Do
shouldn't
be
be
afraid.
pushed out, because it's already hard enough to like talk in a
Do
ranked
be
game. It's
afraid.
already
They're all
hard
playing
enough
Mercy in
to deal with
Overwatch.
some shit.
Oh
Like,
god.
that's fucking ass. Take the wheel.
Making video games worse. They are making the experience worse.
Hey, bro, is this women's fault, bro? Hey, bro.
No way that's the stat line. Nah.
I even found the
It's the actual game?
in a game where neither of your DPS go some type of anti-dive, where Namor isn't banned, I might as well go at him. What's even funnier is not even a couple seconds into the
Nah, you did not get clipped off the map your first fight by a Spidey on Mag. You have multiple resources. Holy fucking shit. This has not happened to me since literally season 0, the first time it happened, when you go, oh my god. How have you not learned by now? It's season 4, about to be 5. Are you dumb?
I'm assuming you're spending your time typing instead of playing the game, or I don't know, not leaving Jasmine to solo heal.
You saw Widow from Mag? Dude, this would be in a spectating bronze. If it's spectating bronze, I'd be fucking laying into you.
You came back at 3:42 and AFK'd and spawned to 3 minutes and 3.
You spent 40 seconds AFK?
3 seconds.
Brother, were you checking the Tinder? I promise you there's nothing there. I absolutely promise you. And if there was, within 2 minutes of messages, that shit's over. Wrap it up, buddy.
Give me a break. Watching this game in slow motion is even funnier. All right, surely you'll hit a skill. Nope. All right, will you react to this ult? No. And I actually saw the ult where Jasmine died. She overwalked where she was supposed to be and then just perished. And after that, the fight kind of fell apart. But you know what would have saved you guys? Maybe not spending an entire team fight worth of seconds inside of spawn as Black Widow. You might have 40 seconds instead of 10. In second half, y'all blame Adam Warlock, even though Thing won, and Thing 2 jumped off the map.
Wait, hold up.
First?
Wait, hold up. Wait a fucking minute.
Title spawn as Black Widow. You might have 40 seconds instead of 10. In second half, y'all blame Adam Warlock, even though Thing won, and Thing 2 jumped off the map.
You guys were jumping off the map first, saying someone else is throwing? Bro, there's delusional. And then there's this. What the actual f***? Are you stupid? Dude, I could tell from the first story that A plus B equals C was not fucking lining up. You know, we were getting 2 plus 2 equals 9. And I was like, wait, hold up. Math don't make math here. What's going on? Something's wrong with your work. You've got to show your work a little bit. We're looking at the work showing it's not looking good. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Yeah, no shit. Brother.
Thank you for the stretch and hydrate.
You guys see that Boger clip from a while ago?
I
Where
about
you got a
to
game where
lose
somebody
my
threw because they didn't like what
instinct.
someone was playing, and then he invited him after and asked the guy, why'd you throw? And he's like, oh, because you guys were throwing. He's like, nobody was throwing. He goes, well, yeah, but you guys weren't playing what I wanted.
Yeah, this
which means
guy's
you're throwing, so
complaining
then I
about
just threw.
women
It's like,
playing
brother, You
games.
threw the game. You thought someone else was throwing, so then you threw,
yeah.
but you're the one who threw. They didn't throw. They kept trying.
Like,
You didn't try.
unironically.
You can't say that you did. And then they're like, it's like making up a fight in your head and then getting mad at yourself and someone in your head for a fight that never happened.
First, then the other support goes Spider-Man. I think that this is by far one of the worst cop-outs I've ever heard. And what's even funnier is the same people that are telling you that you're wrong are the same people in your games gapping your shit.
There's another
Where
TikTok
Namor
after
isn't
this?
banned,
Shut up.
Oh, there's even more tea. So a couple hours after I posted that video, a couple of creators made a giant group DM for Capone to try to explain himself. For those that don't play Marvel Rivals, imagine just everybody in like the highest ranks just all in one group chat.
Yeah, I wasn't there.
One of my
To be fair, nobody can get a hold of me.
role was in a match with Jasmine after this whole debacle happened, and there was even more stuff Capone didn't mention, like how he mentioned that women shouldn't vote, like he said that to Jasmine. You didn't just say you need to treat women like children, you need to speak to them like children, then she decided to throw? Which the preface is, I'm throwing anyway, that's bad too. It was even worse. And while I was in—
You know what's funny? Whenever these types of things happen, there's always even more to the story that just doesn't, you leave those little details out. So half the population shouldn't have the right to vote. Certainly a take. What grounds? Education? Because I bet I could find hundreds, thousands of women that are probably way more educated and probably could tell me probably the capital of every state off the top of their head. I don't know if you could. I'm gonna be real with you, because every third sentence was "I don't care." Not really the most well articulate, and also there was a lot of cuts in that video too. So like I know that it was probably a lot of takes, and I can tell you that as someone who's had to do those types of videos, it's kind of difficult to speak at the camera off stream and just talk from your thoughts or whatever fully. So I thought that there was issues before. It's even deeper than that.
In the call, I was with Potato TV, a known Australian streamer, incredibly gifted top 500 player. He then says, oh, well, actually, Potato, I don't really like Europeans on my team. You're the exception.
So I'm gonna just say I'm pretty confirmed in my theory about not being able to list off states and capitals. Just gonna throw that out there, because last time I checked, Australia is not in Europe.
What? Not players with bad ping. Like, anybody can have bad ping. He doesn't like Europeans. At the end of all this, we genuinely asked him, is anything that you said, do you take any of it back? And of course, he said no.
Doesn't like women, doesn't like Europeans. Wow. Anything else? I need that gif of like the trash can. Anything else? I always try to remind myself, especially as a content creator, right? Like I just see sometimes some wild shit every day, and I try not to ever take it personally, right? Because like these are the types of humans that walk among us. They get to vote. So this is the guy from that TikTok earlier who said that women shouldn't play video games and also shouldn't vote or be allowed to vote.
Wait, I need to see this.
No. Brother literally got cliff farmed the first 7 seconds into the fucking game. You really decided to shit talk this game. Brother, if I got cliff farmed like this game doesn't exist to me anymore. It didn't happen. I would never talk about it again. Okay? Because trust me, I have a lot of people that try to clip farm me. If they fail, I talk about it. If they get the clip, I'm probably not talking about it. You decided to openly start a war with the internet, where this is your first 7 seconds of the game where you should talk someone else. Crazy fucking work. By the way, I'm also hitting tab. Why is your rocket solo healing, by the way? So, like, this is the person you're mad at? Women shouldn't play video games? But it seems like the women's the only team player that's willing to try to pick the best option to try to win the game, right? You're solo healing, or I guess rocket's your best option to try to heal everyone? I mean, I'd rather run solo tank. Oh, so we swapped off of Mag onto Widow instead of joining your second support?
Did I make his head too small? A win.
And then Quad was right. We just go AFK. We just sit here? For how long? Hello? What are you doing? Are you checking your phone? Hello? 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 So one of your teammates has decided, by the way, oh shit, I got it. The Iron Fist came back and went Luna. Meanwhile, you're fucking walking back and forward in the spawn room on Widow. You are the fucking government agent. How did you get to this rank? I recognize some people in this game. How did you get here? So you go back Mag after being AFK for the entire first minute of the game. Hit a shot challenge, level impossible. Okay. Where are you going? It is taking you 1 minute and 15 seconds to figure out what's gonna play, and you think that women shouldn't vote? Brother, you can't figure out what you should be locking in a video game in 1 minute and 15 seconds. It took your brain that long to figure it out. 1 minute and 15 seconds to figure out what hero to play. Not even talking about the spawn-in time either. Are we for real? This right here is an example of why everyone thinks Rivals is an uncompetitive game, and that being high rank in this game means nothing.
It's true.
So by the way, there's people behind you, by the way, and you're playing Emma Frost, the best, arguably, anti-dive character, especially in the tank role. Maybe other than Thing, but Thing kind of is buns. You have decided to turn your fucking what's left of your small brain off and W key at the enemy team, instead of trying to punish the cap in your back line. And also there's a Spidey somewhere. I don't know where the fuck he is, but he's back here somewhere. Oh, he just dipped out. All right. Nice E, by the way.
Guys, I don't know what's happening.
So why aren't
in
you
the
holding
game.
space? Why are you
watching.
AFK on cart? Why are you not holding space? Why are you not holding space? Practicing the 25 months, appreciate it. Why are you not holding space? Did I just watch you try to shield a Spider-Man in the sky? You're trying to shield a teammate from a Spider-Man. The guy who, you know, like, is like 95% melee. Are you fucking stupid? I mean, we know the answer, but Jesus. Shield placement's kind of abysmal. Didn't call back your shield until now. Can you have a hard time hitting a fucking squid? Brother, I'm like half retired on this game at this point. Like, I play like less than 50 games a season. And if my gameplay looked this bad, I'd fucking quit. You gonna kill the invis? Don't even make an attempt.
I think I should make the inner
Your shield's
circle,
also been
but
there for about 9 years. I don't know if you
wider.
forgot about it. You might have forgot about it because you know, it seems like you're forgetting a lot of things these days. Brother, you have actually been like a non-factor.
Make a
The fact
contract
that
with
you even
Ria
probably
in
have any
exchange for
kills,
eternal
I don't think you've
servitude.
earned any of these. You have 0 final hits. You've earned none
Would you
of
like
these
to make a
kills so far.
contract?
Hitting tab,
to
you
make
have
a
the least amount of damage other than your rocket and your Luna barely
I'll
on
turn
your
you into a
team.
magical girl.
And we haven't even got to the whatever this cloak and dagger ult is in the future that you get so mad at about. Like, you've been a non-factor so far. That was your first Eve hitting a bit. Nice job. Why are you sitting so far back? You're playing fucking tank. You're playing Emma, and you're literally sitting on cart 90% of the time. Why don't you play support if you want to sit in the back and just sit on the cart the entire time, since you think it's so easy? Oh, is that a woman's job? Jesus Christ.
I can't believe people can be
grab
misogynistic,
him?
like, unironically.
No diamond form, no reaction? Especially
Like,
on his dive?
Now,
No
in this
diamond
day and
form?
age, it's crazy.
Hello? What, did it take you fucking 16 years to do that? Bro, the whole Spidey ult went off by the time you reacted. Man.
We have to get drawn. This is
Jesus.
for people who donated back in my subathon.
Don't be silly. Women aren't allowed to play
No,
this
no,
game.
it was
oh,
a
yeah, but this
donathon,
guy's standard,
like,
actually,
back
at
in
the start of the
October.
game, by their logic, if
So,
women weren't allowed to
it's
play video
not
games, they wouldn't have had a support
New
player.
requests.
You would've went
Maybe
the whole
I
game
can
without healing,
do
because one, you don't swap.
another art
You played
stream next
fucking
time,
Black
or we
Widow,
can
and also,
do
too, it takes you 19 years to make a
requests.
fucking decision. The fact this is Celestial
I don't know. I
is
don't
bad.
draw very
I'm in
often.
Celestial because I haven't played in weeks. This makes me embarrassed to be in Celestial.
I'm not a very good artist, and also I'm drawing with my mouse.
Did you
'Cause
just
I
not
don't know where
react
my
to
tablet
a
is.
fucking Namor ult? This thing takes 9 years to hit the ground. You literally have an anti CC ability, and you just straight up don't even hit it. You tried to shield it.
Yeah. Thank you, Dark Maya. Thank you.
Bro, you got the mechanical skill of a fucking walnut. How the hell did you get to this rank?
Mechanical skill for walnuts.
How the f did you get here?
Oh my god.
Yo, no, dead ass. You're playing Emma into dive or against dive too. Like, you've got no value. What'd you even diamond form into? I mean, I got the rocket, but like your backline ulted all with you, and your Venom actually got the good engage.
Thank you. Thank you, Rocket. I have pretty good mouse control. It's from playing Overwatch.
Did you even need to ult that? You could have just diamond form and shifted it into the ground. What did you even just ult? What did you even see that you were trying to ult there? The retouch people? Because you didn't do that. Because you actually ulted before the invis even appeared. The invis came the other way, I'm pretty sure. Where's the invis? Did she walk by you or something? You just missed it?
Right.
You never even saw her. She didn't even go by your screen. So we've had two wasted basically M ults and almost no impact, other than one slam on the rocket. This is wow, this really is Celestial, huh? That rocket just walked through and ulted and just lost him it. That's crazy. Dude, this is the freest game of all time if you don't tilt like a little bitch. Like, real talk. Their team is ass. I mean, so are you. Why are you AFK on the cart while there's clearly a Spider-Man still behind you? You heard him. You saw him. Are you stupid? Why are you going to AFK on the cart? Would you be a little fucking cart princess? Are you a cart princess? Are you a payload princess? You can't help out your team? What's going on here? You go to check your phone again? Why are you walking up to take the fight when you know that both your supports just died to Spidey Hole? You just fed your brains out. That was actually, I think, is that your first death? No, it's your second death because you got clicked off the map. I was gonna say, I thought that was your first death and you died because you have no awareness that your supports have been keeping you alive the entire time. Like, hard keeping you alive.
QB.
Wow, I'm actually surprised you're walking forward with your Star-Lord ult. After everything I've seen so far. Wow, you notice how you're winning the fight because you actually
I
did
do be a
something
payload
properly?
princess. You walk with the cart. Stay with the car.
It's not like you had
The
impact.
singular-
Though. You just kind of did what you're supposed to do. We're just going.
The one
like,
thing you gotta
should
do.
do that, but I would expect 10 times more out of a
Stay on the
Celestial player,
objective.
and I expect 100 times more out of a Celestial player who went on TikTok with the fucking crazy shit you've decided to say, and this is what the game looks like. That was the first decent fight we've watched out of like 5 fights. Every fight should look like that. Another questionable ult, say the least.
Okay.
So this is the cloak ult? Hang on, I want to see the cloak ult. This is the cloak ult that got you so angry. I want to see it. By the way, that's really not that bad. I want to see it one more time. There's got to be a better angle I can get on this. Dude, the replay viewer in Rivals pissing me off today.
QB, yeah, QB, this is for you.
Like,
This
could
is
they have
you.
rotated back this way instead? Absolutely. Does it fucking happen,
I also
though?
need to draw the grief seeds.
Absolutely.
Do you want me to draw the seeds, or is this
You guys
okay?
are also probably dead,
Or should I
though.
draw them surrounding?
Because, like, I can explain
Also,
to you why
do they
you're
need
dead.
to be
Watch
different
this.
colors? Because, like, I don't understand why some of
So
them
here's
are
the ult
black and
coming
some of
in,
them are colored.
right?
Is it because,
Here's
like,
the ult
they
coming
got their
in.
souls in it? This is good? Okay. Yay!
Luna isn't
I just
fully in
finished
it
it.
yet.
You came in at the perfect timing. Perfect timing.
And the Punisher up here, by the way, would have died anyways because he gets pulled out of the ults no matter what. So if they died, your Punisher would have go down regardless, right? And the Star-Lord died, I think, right as the ult finished.
That's dark.
Yeah, he just fucking got annihilated because he got faded. He might have died even through the ult, to be fair. So like, is it a perfect pro level play? No, shit happens. Also, where are you going? Why are you running away with Luna ult still up? Where are you going? Wait a minute, hold up. Wait,
Alright,
hold up. I
one
was too
more
busy
after
looking at
this.
this like famous cloak ult.
Let me save this.
Where bro going?
QB.
What are you even aiming at half the time? Why are you shooting at like the mag 90% of the time? Where's bro going? Hey, hey, just want to throw it out there. You do have your diamond form off cooldown. You know
Collect
this,
and
right?
recycle the
They're
energy
playing
to
dive into
push
your
back and
backline.
trippy.
And your Luna ult is
It's a
still
win-win
going.
system for
And instead
everyone.
of playing in your Luna ult,
I
you end
see.
up backing so far away that you get cooked by
I
the
did 3 of them
Spidey,
today. I drew
but
this
you
one.
also don't even
and
try
then
to
this
diamond
one,
form to save
and then
yourself
this
or to
one,
kill him.
And then there's one more to do.
Wait, hold up. Did I just watch a play out of the cloak? Hold up. I think I just watched a cinema. I think your cloak just took the pull to get the portal off. I have not seen you make a heads-up play this entire game even close to that. So, the cloak that you hate so much that maybe did just make a mistake. They died outside the ult. It happens. makes the heads up read that the Spidey's coming running down main to stop the portal, jumps in front of the Strange to take it. But it's woman's fault though. Okay, so the TP goes off, so this fight should still be happening, right?
What?
Oh, how did they not make the portal? Oh, the portal's too far. Oh, they got booped away from it. Also, by the way, I think the only person who even jumps through the portal to attempt the touch is Jasmine. Your Star-Lord ran main by himself. Wait, wait a minute. Hold up. Why is the cloak getting all of your flame?
Last one's Dark Mario.
When we're coming back with portal, he sees his portal. He saw it. He could see your Strange's TPing, but he decided to run back main.
Which one do I like?
And
I
the
really like
Strange
the
doesn't
little
jump through right
ghosty
away
one.
either.
This one's really cute. This one's also really cute.
He gets right-clicked out, to be fair. But like, no one else even making an attempt. But it's all her fault? Also, you were dead, by the way, because you died 9 miles late. So then we swap sides. All right, is this where shit goes south? What happens here? So we have Adam Luna. Someone's going back to spawn, all ready to swap off the Venom. You're on... Oh, they swapped to Widow. You're AFK in the corner here. Hold on, I want to let's take a little gander.
Maybe
What's
like
going on here? Were you AFK this entire time? Are you typing Timmy?
like
Are you
a
arguing Andy?
little-
Adam Luna isn't even bad. We know what we saw. We saw what did we see? We saw Adam Invis a few times in the tournament. We saw Rocket in Adam. We saw Adam in 2 support comps quite often this weekend. So we're just sitting here AFK, and then the Star-Lord jumps off the map.
I found a family out here in space.
Just leaves, says I'm gone. And then Widow jumps off as well before the game even starts. So wait, I'm confused though. Why are we blaming the Atom if other people started jumping off the map first? What's going on over here?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, it seems like everyone's just done with the game. Everyone's jumping off. Also, and we didn't even know what the comms were, by the way, until we found out later. We found out what the comms ended up sounding like. So, like, we have like no mental here. By the way, did they just run it down mid? What happened? So he comes back almost, it looks like, to maybe play. I guess. But you're also gone. And I'm guessing everyone just started getting mad at each other, which is basically the Rivals experience these days. Like, I'm gonna be real with you, part of the problem.
Angry or happy?
Like, you want to know why I don't grind this game anymore? Is because I saw that this was my game at least 1 in a 5 times. Every 5th game or so was this. Let's say in some twisted, up world, right? It's their fault, right? Why are you not still trying to win the game regardless? Why give up? Why be a bitch? Every game is winnable. Even if somebody on your team isn't fully trying, I've won games that are 5v6. If you're just that good, you can be that guy. You're hiding on second point, preserving your KD, so the stats look better. Let me guess. If it starts to move to second, you're going to move to third, right? Are you going to start moving towards third so the KD keeps looking good?
Like that?
We're hiding in spawn now. I mean, there's people on your team that are still trying. Oh, there was. But they're not anymore, it doesn't look like. So, like, I mean, the players are still walking out like they want to try.
Little hat that says...
Or at least do something.
Like that?
But you're hiding in spawn room. You're just preserving stats.
Yeah!
And they're not very good ones at that. Shit like this is why this game won't be taken seriously. And it's really sad. And to be honest with you, if it ends up staying this way and people like this aren't punished,
do you want
maybe it
purple
shouldn't.
to be the color?
Maybe it shouldn't be taken seriously. Maybe maybe it should just, you know, be the shitty casual game that people hop in, play a little bit, and then hop off, and then that's it, and it will slowly deteriorate. Maybe it deserves it if this is what's allowed and it doesn't get fixed. But sitting in stat padding is crazy. So, I'd argue sitting in second point and third point and never even taking a single fight is more throwing than the people who jumped off the map once but then came back to fight again. I'd argue it's more, they tried harder. I'm gonna let the clock run out, just so you can see that it literally just didn't do anything, just out of the entire game. There should be a timer that detects that you haven't done damage in too long. But especially playing Emma, like you can literally hard carry games in ranked. Like the only reason, like real talk, the only reason half your teammates' stats look the way they do is because they started just running it down because they don't care about their stats. Like look at this at halftime. Like look at the stats across the board. Healing, actually, they're out healing the enemy supports. Actually, these two were hard carrying your game. You didn't really have much impact almost at all. Enemy team is getting hard carried by a Spidey, and you almost never made an effort to turn around and actually stop him. Which you're playing Emma, which is probably the best thing you could do. But like looking at this right now, this is still a super winnable game. Even with them, all three of them jumping off the map at the start of the game, lock in, win, play better. It's clear, not being able to get attention otherwise and make good content otherwise. This is probably the most that he's ever been talked about, best content he's ever had, the most attention has ever been given. And in the content world, and especially in a world where views matter, numbers matter, this is probably going to be some of the highest stuff he's ever seen. But after that, it's GG. It's going to crash down. Because like, even on the grifting side, like there's no coming back. That's where you stay forever now. It is what it is. I don't even like giving someone like that attention, but I mean, this game's community's already been kind of a little bit cooked, and it has a reputation for being kind of cooked. And I think that's the last thing we need.
So true, Flats. Okay, what next?
I found the most interesting player of all time. I don't think shooter games are for you. Am I good? No.
The worst spectating
I'm never doing this again.
bronze in the history of Marvel Rivals? This is from 8 months ago. I really like the spectating videos, they're so funny. This old man still remembers how to play Overwatch 2. How Marvel Rivals held me hostage? Bronze Gambit, no. I wanna watch the Overwatch ones.
I think it's time. Let's climb. We haven't played in a while. I think we can lock in and do it. Rivals least competitive gaming, comparing Overwatch to Rivals comp is an insult to Overwatch. Overwatch is super polished and balanced. There's no Mickey Mouse shit. Okay, let's not get delusional saying it's balanced. Like everyone said, is the balance better than Rivals? Yeah, but you're comparing apples and oranges at that point. They're not even trying to be the same game. I think Overwatch's biggest potential future problem is it's like purity, like bullshit, like where everyone's like, oh, everything's perfect, everything's fine. I worry the next year from now, like, because they're not gonna know like what's the next problem to tackle. But so far though, like they're doing good. It's up to you. To BH. The only person who can decide that is you. Ain't no way I'm looking at a Mauga right now. That's like the only potential big problem that they could have is like people too afraid to like talk about the issues and not knowing where to talk about them. They've already kind of split paths, and I think they're gonna split paths even more so. I wasted that. See if I can get max value out of it while I can. Damn. I kind of wanted to get that guy, but also I I didn't want my cast to die.
Hello,
Chat, I'm gonna be honest with you, we're gonna
welcome.
climb like crazy today. This is how the games are.
Welcome. I wanna fix this part.
Oh. 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 Still got it. I think Overwatch will be always more niche, and will continue to be more and more niche over time because it's just like a harder and harder game, and like people that come back to it will have fun, but like as they become a more and more competitive game, it'll have a stronger, much stronger core, but like you won't probably break into like mainstream stuff anymore. Rivals will have a chance to always break into mainstream stuff because it's just more user friendly. It's more casual. It's more like approachable, if that makes sense.
That's true. Thank you. I'm just listening in on the
That sounds like
video.
like your own emotional regulation.
We do.
Video.
I mean, that is like nicely
Yeah.
as I can say that.
You're back?
I've always been here.
Oh,
I think I'm gonna get cooked here, actually.
you like my drawing?
Yeah.
Yay!
Dude, that block delay actually feels ridiculous.
Oh, thank you.
Damn, that diva didn't die.
Thank you. I cannot draw this oval shape.
Oh, Ria, you should do the Steam recap. Pagon just said.
On stream? It's
Yeah.
boring though. Like, I don't play a lot of games on Steam. Overwatch is on Battle.net. Uma, I play mostly on my phone. So my numbers aren't even correct.
Can't deal with that guy up there.
Oh my god, Pagon's played a lot of Marvel Rivals.
All my Marvel Rivals, like, hours are in January and February, and then towards the end of February I crashed out and stopped playing it, so it's just empty. But that is the game I play the most. And then there was Uma, but I only play Uma on my computer when I stream, which is like 10% of my gameplay. Not even. Probably like 2%. I rarely play on my computer. Like, my Steam recaps are always incorrect because I just don't play my PC that much. It's just Overwatch. It's just Overwatch. Yeah. I like Overwatch more than Rivals. I feel like Rivals is fun, but it's just not. It's just a little too much.
Oh my goodness.
I like how Overwatch is cleaner. But Marvel Rivals is fun though. For when you're looking for that kind of like chaos. But it really bothers me how much people heal in that game. It's just too much. It's just too much. Yeah, this is so cute.
Oh. Boom. I still got it. Oh, Jesus. Oh my Christ, what am I looking at? Yeah, I'm not doing that versus that. Absolutely not. I'm gonna literally shit and cry myself to sleep playing that into that.
Whoa!
swap to Zarya too.
Oops.
No bubble. No bubble. Wave one, right? How many bubbles I'm trying to. I'm so.
Ni hao, fine,
I'm gonna have to play
shiny.
even safer versus that comp than what I was before.
What you doing, Vash?
No bubbles.
Nothing really. I'm playing Legends of Runeterra.
Legends
I just
of
bubble other people and I just sit in the corner.
Runeterra.
Yeah.
I have no bubbles right now.
Wow.
Sorry, Kibble. Sorry, Kibble. What the? Whoa, 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 whoa. Sorry. Good job, guys. Good job, guys. Damn, they tried to blow my ass up.
Ornifid.
I'm just drawing people who donated back in my donathon from a couple months ago, so I'm not taking requests today, but maybe next time. I don't do drawing streams very often though, but maybe I should. I don't know, I'm just sitting in silence. There's like color, I don't know if it's interesting. Sitting in silence.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I need to erase this. Overwatch sounds in the background like it's so comforting.
Apparently there's a huge throwing epidemic in Overwatch, so Overwatch is just the same it's always been. I couldn't bubble him twice in a row.
My favorite Marvel rival streaming on my favorite
What?
tier.
GG.
Overwatch CS or Overwatch Champion Series is the spiritual successor to Overwatch League after its untimely demise. And unlike Overwatch League, you don't actually have to pay 20 million to get in. Now all you have to do is go to an open qualifier, play 10 matches, get into top 16, then play group stages, win at least 2 matches, get into top 2 of your group, and then you finally qualify to the Overwatch CS tournament. And so, without anything better to do, I decided to create a team, call it Shmungus, and get into Overwatch CS.
This one.
How much protein does this cat have?
We're gangling. Where's this gate?
She's wandering around the gas station.
Who else was on this team? Ah.
Bro, you got DM. I had no more DM.
How do you turn the HUD back on?
Wait, that's exactly what I asked like yesterday. How do you turn the HUD back on? Remember?
You're lucky I know the shortcut.
I know, I pressed some random shit and then everything was gone. In the middle of a comp game. Everything was gone. Are you ready to have me throw more games?
Well, Ben's back soon.
Yeah, that's true.
Ben literally messaged me when, about
Why are you
an
speaking
hour ago?
sexily?
I mean,
Speak normally.
I am speaking normally.
Every time we like join a new voice channel with people you haven't talked to before, you give them your sexy voice, Vash.
Uh-huh.
You do. Like yesterday. You give them your sexy voice. Vash always hitting people with the sex pitch. Yeah. Exactly. Why you sexing them up, huh? You tryna do that on purpose?
You know what? Sure.
Hermj. What?
Mm-hmm.
What? Vash loves doing the sex voice. Says Pagon. Is that true, Vash? Is that true?
You know what? Pig on just for you. Just for you.
Just for Pagon?
Just for Pig on.
Just for Birdwife?
Just for Birdwife, yeah.
What? What? Birdwife glad. I'm really liking this one. This one's so cute.
Hello, gaming gorillas. Your boy Yeetle here, coming at you with a hot off the press thoughts, predictions, and rankings video for Overwatch's newest hero, Vendetta. This is Overwatch's
This is too
first
old.
melee DPS hero, and man.
This video's too old. What is this? Stadium is
What's up,
destroying
everybody? This is
Overwatch.
Master Ian Gamer. Recently, we got a look at all the new content coming in Overwatch 2 Season 20, and while overall you can't honestly say there's a whole ton happening this season, there are certainly some
I think this guy
exciting
is
tidbits
wrong,
that
by
are
the way.
worth focusing on.
Yeah, like I'm watching it because I don't agree.
To Stadium, a new China
I just want to
location
see
map
what he
that isn't
says.
even just a
I watched a
reusing
few
of assets
videos
from old
in which
maps
I'm
like
like,
they've done with
you're
a lot of map
completely
additions in the
just
past, but instead is
spouting
a
dog
brand
shit.
new location set in Wuyong's Water College that honestly looks fantastic. However, despite being a control map, it is only going to be available to play in Stadium. So what else do we have to look forward to that isn't Stadium specific? Well, of course, there's the new hero Vendetta, that's pretty exciting. And beyond that, well, skins. Yeah, unfortunately Season 20 is basically more of what I feared. A new hero is always awesome, and I'm so glad to have Vendetta joining the roster. And the new skins look pretty good for the most part. But outside of these two things, the only really notable, interesting content additions we're getting are exclusive to Stadium. A mode which is well and good in its own right, but unfortunately isn't actually as popular as Blizzard would like to have you believe. So today I wanted to talk a little bit
I play
about
Stadium.
what we've seen happen over the past year with the addition of Stadium and how it's affected the game as a whole, and try to analyze the actual situation that both players and the developers have found themselves in when it comes to core Overwatch versus Stadium. Because I gotta say, as cool as Stadium is, I don't know that Blizzard is making the right decision when it comes to which mode they're focusing on. So let's get into it. Over the course of 2025, Blizzard has been focusing a lot on Stadium. This makes sense, as it's the brand new big mode that they debuted earlier this year, and most of the seasons since its addition in Season 16 have had a heavy focus on adding Stadium-specific content, be that updates to the core mechanics of Stadium, new maps exclusive to Stadium, and even heroes, be they new or old, getting added as being playable in this mode. And while I think this is fine and well and good, and I'm excited that Blizzard is devoting time and effort to this mode, it's reached a point where, as someone who enjoys playing core Overwatch, being quick play and competitive, the shift in development favoritism from core Overwatch to Stadium has become painfully evident. And nowhere in the game has this been more evident than the map department. Over the entirety of 2025, the core Overwatch game has gotten one new map,
Thank you so much
Atlas,
for the
a
follow.
map which
Welcome.
personally I actually quite like, but it is a flashpoint map, which is, for one reason or another, not a preferred mode among a lot of people. And as such, especially with the new map voting system that's been put into place this year, players don't even really get a chance to play on Atlas very much, just because it's typically not voted for. And going back in time past Atlas, the most recent maps we got before that were the new Clash maps, Hanaoka and Temple of Anubis, and, well, I need not talk about player sentiment towards those. And going even further back, well over a year from present day, in mid-2024, was Runasapi, a push map, yet another mode that tends not to be people's favorites. Over the past year, we've had one core map game mode edition, and over the past 2 years, we've only had 4, with 3 of those total 4 at least being strongly disliked and actively avoided by a substantial portion of the player base. But needless to say, Overwatch maps, for the core mode at least, have been very, very much on the back burner, to a point where, as someone who enjoys playing new maps and enjoys playing core Overwatch, I'm getting quite impatient for them to add a new one. We know there's 2 in the works, at least, Tokyo and the Atlantic Arcology, but those are only slated for sometime after Season 19. Obviously, Season 20 isn't that season. Maybe it'll be Season 21. Maybe we'll have to wait even longer. And it's pretty clear to me that the reason Blizzard is focusing so little on core mode maps is because instead they're focusing on Stadium, which since its launch as of Season 20 will have gotten 16
Rhea, it's just business
maps, 7 of
Stadium
which you could
over normal
classify as
watch.
whole
Wait, do
original
you
maps
like
to
Stadium? I
that
thought you
just
didn't even play
mostly
Overwatch,
reused
hang on.
assets from other existing map locations. But it doesn't even
I think
stop with
Stadium was a
maps.
welcome addition.
As I'm sure anyone who keeps up with the balanced state of Overwatch has noticed, 2025 has also been a year with painfully few hero tweakings, outside of Stadium that is. We'll be lucky to get even 2 notable balance patches a season at this point, with half the time them
mom's
only
calling
making
me
minor
again.
tweaks to perks, and not actually any of the core mechanics or abilities of a given hero. And this started happening around the same time that Blizzard started focusing on Stadium. I think it's pretty safe to say for anyone who's paying attention to Overwatch that the core mode of Overwatch itself has taken a back seat to Stadium. But then again, is that necessarily a bad thing? Stadium is the exciting new mode, the new way to play Overwatch that Blizzard has been massively marketing ever since its addition, and based on Blizzard's own sentiment, the mode seems to be pretty popular. They're always talking about it, they're always adding stuff for it. It's the big new thing, the big new way to play Overwatch. And while anecdotally, the sentiment I've seen among players that I spend time around has more so leaned towards still preferring the core modes of Overwatch, I wanted to get a sense for what those numbers actually looked like. Who prefers Stadium versus core Overwatch? What do the stats say? So, I went ahead and ran a poll on my YouTube channel, and out of over 1,700 votes, wow. I knew core Overwatch was going to win, but I was not expecting the discrepancy to be that big. Out of more than 1,700 people who voted, 81% prefer core Overwatch over Stadium. I almost wish I hadn't included arcade and play versus AI in this poll, just so I could get an even more accurate statistical breakdown of who's on Team Stadium versus Team Core Overwatch. But I think these numbers still more than speak for themselves. I even ran the same poll on my Twitter, and while it got significantly fewer votes, the end results were more or less the same. People massively prefer Core Overwatch over Stadium. And yet despite this, for almost a year now, Blizzard has been blatantly neglecting adding content to the core game in favor of focusing on Stadium, a mode that is preferred by only a fifth of the people who prefer Core Overwatch. And this is where I truly realized there's a problem. I get it. Blizzard wants to stay relevant long-term with adding an exciting new mode, featuring mechanics from other popular games in the current competitive gaming sphere, to find a way to freshen up the Overwatch experience and cater to a potentially new audience of players, while also being familiar enough to original Overwatch players that it can ideally appeal to both. And while I'm sure there are many players who do enjoy both Stadium and Core Overwatch, the sheer amount of neglect Core Overwatch has gotten since the debut of Stadium, in light of how much people still prefer Core Overwatch over the new Stadium mode, honestly scares me. Is Blizzard so focused on chasing the hypothetical new player base or new direction for the game that they're forsaking what they already have and is already enjoyed by the vast majority of their player base? And again, I don't have an issue with Stadium or people who like Stadium. I think the mode is great in its own right, and in a perfect world, it'd be getting the exact care, focus, love, and development that we are seeing it get alongside that same amount of focus for the core Overwatch mode as well.
Supported
But
me
that's
during my
clearly not what the
Donald a
Overwatch
couple
dev
months
team
ago.
is willing or
I'm
probably
done.
even capable of doing.
I'm
While they
tired.
may both be Overwatch and are
I'm
basically just
done.
two sides of the same
Finally.
game, in effect, Blizzard is developing them as if they were two separate games. And for a lot of people, they might as
There
well
we go.
be, because a lot of people are going to prefer playing one over the other. And
Alright. Oh, I forgot my background music was still on. I guess it was okay. Yay! Maybe I add some highlights to this. Highlights. Maybe I'll just do it here in white. Is that okay? Does that look weird? I think that looks kind of weird. Hello, J-Cards! Welcome! Welcome, fellow degenerates. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna do this. There we go. Very cute, very nice. Okay. Finished. Finished. I'm done, I'm free! Rah! I'm going to send it to everyone. Ah! Thank you again for supporting me. Thank you for watching the stream. Drake Heart, thank you for coming by. And Milky Way Cookie, thank you as well. I'm doing well. Happy holidays, everyone. Thank you again. Thank you. I hope you guys have been doing lovely. Hello, Illuminates. I am Evie. Yeah, I drew 4 things. Look, I drew this one, and this one, and this. Oh, sorry, not this. This one, and this one. I am all drawn out. I am all drawn out. I have no more in me. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I am tired now. But I hope you guys like it. Doot, 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 doot. Oh. Wow, if I do that, then it gets clipped, huh? That's weird. Hadoru. Yay! I really like how they came out. Draw Venture or you hate me. No, I'm tired. I'm not drawing Venture. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm getting off. I'm gonna lay in bed and play Uma Musume. And then play Overwatch. Play Overwatch now. Play Overwatch now or you hate me. That's what Ben would say. Play Overwatch now or you hate me. Hate.
Venture.
Oh, play Overwatch now or you hate me.
Okay. Oh, excuse me. I'll raid my friend whom we played Marvel Rivals with yesterday. Cause this is subbed on. He's playing Fall Guys right now. I don't know how somebody can like just do these party games every day for like 2 weeks. Don't you ever get tired of people?
No. Joy and whimsy.
Don't know how people can just. It's just so many people all the time, like talking the same voice channel. That would give me so much just people overload, I feel. I don't know how people do it. Maybe I am an introvert. I don't know. I'm fine sitting in call with just you two all day, every day. But if it's like a bunch of people all the time yelling and screaming in my ear, I don't know how people take it. Small social battery, yeah, I do. A very small social battery. But yeah. Okay, no raid on YouTube. Thank you guys for watching, everyone. Bye bye. See you next time. Wink. Happy holidays. Stay warm. Bye. Mama.
Don't do drugs.
Don't do drugs.
Don't do it. Don't do drugs.
Don't do it.
They're bad for you.
They're bad for you. Bye, Rocket. Bye, Ken. Don't do drugs. Bye bye now.